All right. Good evening, all. I like to call the March 19th, 2019 meeting to order. Madam Clerk, if you would.
Mayor Silva?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fitzgerald?
Here.
Councilmember Flory? Here. Councilmember Whitaker?
Present.
Councilmember Zara?
Here.
All right. And at this time, I'd like to call Chaplain Charles Frost to give the invocation.
I'm Charlie Frost, chaplain for the Fullerton Police Department. Let's all stand together for the minute opening. I thank you, Father, for allowing us to come and kneel before you. As we come, Father God, on your business, we come here as a corporate group, Father God, and we all have one desire, and that is to make our city a better city. God, put your arms around those that are making decisions today. Give wisdom to this council, Father God, as they lead this community your way. Bless each and every one of us, Father God, and bless our troops that are on the blue line, Father God, out there protecting us this day. Every officer, every man and woman, Father God, they're laying their life between us and those that would hurt us. Bless this your council in this your time. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Please remain standing while we pledge our allegiance to the flag of this country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Mr. City Attorney, are there any closed session reports?
No reports this evening.
All right. And before we move any further, I just want to announce that the downtown parking nighttime paid parking pilot item will be continued till April 16th. So if you're here for that, we apologize, but so that will be continued. And at this time, is there any ex parte communications that we need to report out?
Yes, Mayor, there is. I was approached by Dan Lancaster last Thursday at a fundraiser event. Dan is the president of the Fullerton Firefighters Association, and he was updating me on the attrition of firefighters from our Fullerton Fire Department and stated that he would be sending me some informative emails.
Thank you. And I was also approached by him at the same fundraiser, and he mentioned the same thing about the attrition and forthcoming reports and so forth. So thank you. Anyone else? All right. So moving forward, our first presentation, or our only presentation tonight, Mr. Jay Seed.
Hi, thank you. Is that working? Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jay Seidel. I'm from Fullerton. I'm a professor at Fullerton College. I'm here with President Greg Schultz, president of Fullerton College. And I'm here to present a new technology that we're developing at Fullerton College, or we're offering at Fullerton College. Since Fullerton, the city of Fullerton, is the education capital of Orange County, we are doing our best to help train and prepare students for technology that comes down the road. One of the things that we're doing is we developed the Fullerton Drone Lab. With the Drone Lab, we have a first-of-its-kind drone media command center, and it's outside if anybody wants to take a look at it, actually. But the vehicle that we were able to purchase through state strong workforce funding to help stimulate the workforce is something that you'll see around the city of Fullerton, driving around and being seen. Will help train students in both journalism and media, but also with drone technology. And with drone technology, we're going to be using drone technology for public safety training, preparing students in administration of justice, criminal justice, and how to use drones, construction, welding, mapping, geography, earth science, real estate as far as photo, videography, and of course journalism. So architecture and construction as well. I forgot about those two. So it's kind of a wide range technology that we're training and bringing to Fullerton College and the community of Fullerton. On the vehicle itself, just to highlight the one-of-a-kind vehicle, it's the only vehicle of its kind on the West Coast. It has the ability to bring in a video feed from the drones, so we can use it for educational purposes. We plan on going out to junior high schools and elementary schools to help educate them in STEM projects to showcase what autonomous systems and drone technology can do, but they can see it. We had a great presentation at our annual Kinder Caminata with about 1,500 kindergartners that every time a drone took off, there was just a resounding ooh, ah across the campus. And they were excited about it. So the idea is to help spread and spur the excitement about technology and advancement of technology. Our vehicle actually also has the ability to broadcast live from the drone footage, but also from cameras. And also a unique thing with that one is we also can do our 360 video cameras. So we can do a live 360 immersive kind of VR perspective of events and stuff that we can take it out in the field. And we can broadcast from the truck to our newsroom at Fullerton College or anywhere that we want to send it out to, anywhere we can deem access to. So from a journalism perspective, we can send it out to news networks, but we can also send it to other facilities. Again, when we start working with law enforcement and public safety, we can address it as far as sending it to police stations and that kind of stuff as well. The lab itself is it's not just pilot training, but it's also building the systems as well. So we created 7 classes that cover everything from pilot training, advanced pilot training, test preparation courses for the FAA licensing. I've been working with the airport manager, Brendan O'Reilly, as far as working with the airport, and AFI has a testing center there, so we can work on feeding students over there to get their license. We have one Associate of Science degree that's coming through for students that want to get their degree in autonomous systems, and we will have, at the moment, we'll have 2, but we will eventually have 3 certificates for piloting. We're also going to get into thermographic imaging, because you can do thermal imaging from the drones, which helps for inspection, whether home inspection or infrastructure inspection, search and rescue, those kind of things. So we're very proud and excited about the program. We're excited about the new technology. We're one of the only schools that is doing something like this at this size and especially with this vehicle. I'm excited and happy enough to have support from an administration that's kind of all in support of this advancement of technology. So because it's part of Fullerton and part of the Fullerton community, I wanted to come and present to you guys and let you know that you're going to see that drone truck zipping through the city, and not be alarmed. It's Fullerton College. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Sure.
Do you have a right to privacy unit as a component in your educational curricula?
We have we talk about ethics extensively as far as everything that we do training goes towards getting them licensed, so they'll become professional pilots and safer and smarter pilots. They will then be able to get licensed and do commercial purposes. So the right to privacy and the concern for homeowners as far as flying over their homes, by law, drones can fly over en route to something, but they can't stop and hang out in your backyard.
The reason I asked the question, I was in the Costco shopping parking lot one day, and I'm loading my groceries in the back of my car, and there's this whirring going on over my head, and there was this drone stationed probably 3 feet above my head. And it was kind of scary, and I didn't like it. It was creepy.
Yeah, that one you can, I think you can contact law enforcement on that one. if that's a concern on that one. But I mean, when it comes into that, because then it comes into just the creepiness of it. You look for what the thing is. The pilot will actually be somewhere in the vicinity. So if you see somebody looking like this, then you know where that person is, and then go up there and address it with them.
Have you been in the Costco parking lot lately?
Only to get gas.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, too, I'm so glad that you're here and shared this program with us, and I think it was completely appropriate to do so. Fullerton College is part of a great part of our Fullerton community, and as you rightly said, we are the education community. So this community expects no less than for you to come up with great cutting-edge programs like this one. So thanks so much for sharing it with us.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'd like to say thank you for coming. And in fact, I was taking a tour at the college when we stumbled into your class, and I was just fascinated by this. So I'm really happy that you came here, and thank you, President, for all the efforts that you're doing for education in our city.
Thanks. Yeah, you're the reason that I'm here. He stopped by the classroom, and I thought, yeah, we should present and let the community know what we have going on at Fullerton College, because we do have a lot of amazing things, not just drone, but as you guys have stated, we have a lot of great things at Fullerton College as well. All right. Thank you.
And I'll just have one more thing.
Sure.
So I teach junior high school here at Nicholas, and we do have a starting the drone program. So I will share your email with our instructor there, and make sure we get you out there so the kids can take a look at what you're doing with them.
For sure, because there's. I was approached by a couple elementary schools in La Habra, too, that are starting a drone club kind of a thing. And more elementary programs are, like, again, the idea of taking this truck out to instill STEM and drive students, little kids, to get excited about technology and learning. That's one thing that we're going to do. We're going to have little stickers and handouts for all the kids and that kind of stuff. So we're gearing the outreach to the class of 2035 or whatever that's going to be.
Very good. No, yeah, we'll get your info to our teacher there.
That'd be great. Thank you.
And Dr. Schultz?
Thank you, Mayor Silva. If it's okay, I'd like to just say a couple of brief thank yous. So first, thank you so much, Mayor Silva and members of City Council, for this opportunity during your meeting. And I want to personally thank our Professor Jay Seidel, who, first and foremost, thank you for your service to our country. He's a veteran of our United States Armed Forces, and for being an innovator on our campus and leading the development of this program. We're very excited about this program and all that's possible with it. So thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Very good, and we're going to move on to public comments. But if we can get, Madam Clerk, do we have more or less a number?
Over 20.
Over 20. So I would ask that you keep the comments to items that are within the purview of the city, and I understand we do have a large number from regarding the mobile home issue. So if you're here to speak on that, great. And I would just like to encourage you not to, if someone else said what you wanted to say, perhaps not take all the time, the 3 minutes, shorten it up a bit, just for brevity and keep us moving. But with that, we'll take our first public comments. And if you are speaking, maybe if you can come up to the walls, just so we can get an idea of who's there and who's coming up and kind of gauge it. Thank you.
And if you're in the audience and want to show your strength of numbers, everybody that's here on the mobile home issue, raise your hands. Okay, that tells the tale.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've ever been to a city council meeting, so I got to tell you that I don't know exactly what your rules are, but I can tell you one thing. We know what our needs are, okay? And I don't know, I'm going to try to be as nice as I can. Anyway, to the council, good evening, and thank you for allowing me to have a voice concerning this severe crisis the people of La Paz Motorhome Park is facing at this time. I will try to be as brief as possible. We are part of the family of Fullerton. We pay property taxes that are used for every aspect of the city, police department, fire department, schools, etc. I am not here to beg for anything. I have worked Worked very hard as a carpenter for over 54 years. And I have never wanted what belongs to someone else, and I believe most of the people are morally that way. As for me, this is concerning the fact that we've got new owners of the park, that automatically there's been over 50% rent increases on the seniors and the veterans, by the way, which they can't afford it anyway. But I've never wanted anything that anyone else has. And as for me, if I ever saw anyone being attacked, robbed, or bullied, I definitely would intervene. That's just the way I am. But anyway, I know, I don't mean to sound so abrupt. I'm not a good public speaker, but I'll make it as quick as I can. The situation we are facing where we live is causing many of the elderly war veterans to feel that there is nothing left for them. Sorry, I have shaky hand thing, whatever. It is beyond critical. Talking of suicide, no money for medicine, food, some with no washer or dryer have no money to wash their clothes. When I see a police car drive through around a neighborhood, that's great. It says protect and serve me, but I know that they can't do anything with this situation, and it's out of their control. But certainly, if the council could, it would enact a rent control. It would certainly help immediately. I know that I speak for everyone that resides at Rancho La Paz when I say not only has it never entered our minds, but certainly never will, the idea to go over to the new owner's home and take their food or take their medicine or take anything else that belongs to them. But they're taking everything away from the people here at the park. Oh, they can because it's legal for them. Well, I'll tell you what. I have never wanted to take anything from anybody, and I don't care if a guy's got millions of dollars, but don't come over and steal from old people that can't even hardly walk around the park and don't have any money.
All right,
I don't know
thank
what
you.
else to say other than the fact that it is that serious.
Thank you.
Okay, Marilyn Davison, resident of Fullerton for more than 55 years. 55 years. I'm appalled. I'm appalled at this Fullerton Observer. Yes, we know Jennifer Fitzgerald and Jan Flory are really loving the increase of water, which I own a building and I pay over $500 for my tenants to have water. And according to you, you would love me to pay $1,000 because you're a snake and you have your hand in every pot. And it's ridiculous. And that's why you want to jam back on the council so she could be your little vote so you can raise your water. Because you guys pay a residential rate. I pay a commercial rate for over 6 tenants. And with rent as high as it is, my rents are low to keep it where people can afford it, but I have 2 people in a unit on a 2-bedroom. So I don't think me keeping my rent low for people, I want to pay $1,000 because you guys want to make money on Pringle and all the companies you work for. And I was appalled to read Jan Flory. Your son was arrested for taking pictures of private.
I'm sorry, but this is not in the purview of the city
this
council.
is what we've read.
I'm sorry. I mean, there has to be a modicum of civility with this.
Well, this is in your city council because this is your water case.
The water rate, yes, but getting personal, no.
Well, okay. Well, personal things have been said about these council members. That's
has
appalling.
not been arrested.
Well,
you just read
No,
whatever
and
you read.
this is not the place
Okay,
to get
well, let's get on to La Paz. I have met some of the nicest people out here that are over 80 years old. And I know, because I'm a realtor, and I know how it is with corporate greed, where they want to come in and they want the council to approve a high-rise that Jennifer and Jan are really good at approving.
All right, and let's.
I mean, no, but the thing is,
No, but you. Yeah.
this is La
No,
Paz.
I'll give you your time back. So,
Okay.
But let's keep it to what we can handle. Let's stay away from the personal attacks and name calling, please.
Okay.
I was it was a shock when you
So
started off.
we all know the council members that approve high rises, so I won't use their names, but we all know them. Okay, so you want these poor people that are 80 years old that have lived, some of these people lived there for 50 years, longer than I've been alive, maybe 60 years. And they're on a fixed income. They're some of the nicest people I ever met. Some of you guys should talk to them and get good ethics. I mean, they're just wonderful. Bruce is attacked by this Fitzgerald council member all the time. She was attacked.
Let's keep it to what we can do, okay?
But in the last council meeting, was he not attacked?
Okay.
And wants to be removed? Bruce has the most etiquette, professionalism. Bruce probably is the best person on this council because he's honest, ethic, and very concerned about his residents. He is the best council member up there. And I come to these council members, I hear you when I'm not here, I'm appalled when I'm in San Francisco and hear what I hear, but Bruce is the one that represents the city and us people. The rest of you are a joke.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's just my opinion. And I'm very honest.
And yes, and Councilmember Fitzgerald, I apologize. I was shocked when she called it. But yeah, just to reiterate, please keep it to what we can address the council, and let's keep the personal attacks out of here. It would just allow us to proceed at a faster and better pace. Thank you.
So my heart is racing right now. If anyone wants to take a deep breath, you're more than welcome to. I'm about to. My name is Jose Trinidad Castañeda. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for listening to us all tonight. Just want to start off by saying my heart goes out to everyone from Rancho La Paz. I have a good friend that lives there, Bob, over in CERT. Both of us serve on the community emergency response team, and I just want to introduce with that. I want to make my point very short because I know there's a lot of speakers. The Fullerton Hazard and Disaster Mitigation Plan was released, or the draft was released today, and I had a chance to review that. And I also had a chance to speak at the UCI Science Policy Conference last night, where scientists from Orange County discussed the repercussions and the consequences of exacerbated climate-induced atmospheric rivers. And it's a very large term, but it essentially captures what happened this past winter, where we had a ton of rain, and it points to the problem that we will face towards the summer and that we saw in the past couple of days with increasing temperatures here in Fullerton. So as we see weather and climate patterns shift, we need to understand that disasters might take the form of flooding here in Fullerton. And we need to be very intentional about how we design the city moving forward to capture the water during those flood events and make sure we can irrigate and have safe drinking water in the drought years. So take a good look at the Fullerton Hazard and Disaster Mitigation Plan. I think it really calls for the need for an update on the community forest management plan. I've brought this to the council before. It should be community driven, where residents can decide what kinds of trees, especially native trees, that will do very well in the coming climate changes ahead. And it also speaks to what we need to do about budgeting for disasters using our Fullerton Fire Department. We know that the firefighters actually go and travel to other disaster areas, and we need to make sure that they're well protected and they can serve our community safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, fellow council members. Good evening to the community as all. Thank you for this forum tonight. I would like to start by introducing myself. My name is Liberty Lindstrom. I share a voice of concern and passion for the seniors at Rancho La Paz Mobile Home Park and Community. It's time to stop the exploitation of our seniors. I speak as another voice in the community alongside every person this evening that came to share this forum tonight. I ask you, council members, and I request that the council look into this, view this issue, and help our seniors at Rancho La Paz. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Silva and Council. My name is Nathan Guerrero. I'm 12 years old and I'm from Fullerton. And as one of the many promotees of the saving of Coyote Hills as a park, I would just like to briefly state my case. So I'm a junior reporter for the Fullerton Observer, and after writing many articles on the topic, I would like to I'm happy with the saving of 60% plus of Coyote Hills as a park, but I'd like us to save it all and work together. And I'm not giving any people in particular all the credit, but Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk Silva is doing a great job in saving it all, and I'd like you all to do the same. So please consider this. Thank you.
I'm not familiar with all the lines and everything. I happen to be 93 years of age. I happen to be one of the few veterans that made the invasion of Normandy on D-Day and Okinawa.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to say that I'm going to go to Okinawa on June 1st with those wonderful veterans to do a documentary. And the only reason I'm here, I live in Rancho La Paz, and I went through 66 years of post-traumatic stress, and then finally was cured after 3.5 years, and finally got a pension and started to live a little bit securely. And Rancho La Paz was just perfect. We paid off finally the home itself, but we pay rent on the land. And then all of a sudden, these people, the new people that took over, they wind up adding $300 a month to our additional, say, $700, $800, or $900 that you pay normally for the land. And for us that received a little pension, of which I was feeling comfortable, it was okay, but a strain on us now. And then I look at all of the people in that park, and I just love them because I've been there almost 18 years. And they're good people, and all of a sudden they're hit with, it takes almost all of their money. And right now we know in the park there's 20% of homes that are for sale. And with this increase, a lot of people are going to be forced to leave. And then I'm scared because I was reading the computer, and I found out that this Star company that bought our park has lots of negative things about them. People always say, run away from it if you have a chance. So this scares us because maybe this is what they want us to do, is leave the park and buy out our houses, because I see in this thing here, from the computer, these reports, that they want to buy up the things, and I don't know, maybe it'll turn out they want to just clear us all out. And I appeal to you that please just do something that could help a lot of these people. I'm not maybe as bad as some of them because I got my pension, and thank God for the veterans in the United States. But I implore you to do what you can for these wonderful people that have gone through so much and have so little. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Rosemary McLeod. I'm also a resident of Rancho La Paz. My husband turned 90 years of age 2 weeks ago, and he just doesn't feel like he can come here tonight, so I'm representing both of us. He's a veteran of 21 years service in the military. He served in the Second World War, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. Plus, he served the United States in Iran, ending up, what did they call him? Stuck in the embassy there. He did manage to escape. After that, we spent 25 years as missionaries with no pay, happy to give our lives to the Lord. 5 years ago, at 85, my husband decided to retire in this house that we bought 23 years ago for just that purpose. And 1 week before his birthday, he gets this notice: we're having a 50% hike in our rent for this little piece of land. We own our house. We don't own the land. And the people that bought this, they know nothing about us, and I don't think they care to know. We were all told that if you want a reduction in the increase, you can apply. Call this number. People called. Nobody's been called back. Finally, they're beginning to distribute 4-page applications, including the value of your jewelry, including the amount of money your relatives earn that should be helping you. This is absolutely horrendous. It's murdering many people in Rancho La Paz. And so I'm here to represent my husband and myself in our situation. Our rent is now $1,050 a month for a little postage stamp piece of land. Plus, we have our utilities. Plus, we have a mortgage. Plus, there'll be no new car, ever, never again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, we have set up overflow seating in the library conference room. So, Kevin, if you raise your hand, if you talk to him, if you can't find a seat, we do have overflow seating in the library, and the audio and video is piped into that. So,
thank you.
Well, hello, we are taking place. We want to talk just one person, but we want to be very respectful. I know you're going to have a very busy night. And this is the group that we were very pleased to visit our fire department. And of course, Chief Jamie, Chief Adam Lucier, Captain, Dan Lancaster, Joshua, and Kyle. They were so wonderful with us. And you know what? When we went over there, we learned so much about our fire department, the great job they do for us, and it's not enough, the pay that we give it to them. To be so grateful for their job, saving lives is priceless. And we are so lucky to have people like them that are willing to risk their lives for us. And one of the things that we're thinking in the future is to have a CERT bilingual, the first bilingual CERT, to prepare our community to any disaster, because we're going to know we're waiting for the big one, correct? And we want to be prepared, because that way our community is going to be resilient, and we're going to maybe help one to another. And I think that is a good idea that we suggest to our chief, and he's so wonderful to work with us, and we're working, one step ahead to prevent and to be helpful to one to another. And we noticed something when we visit, the firehouse, number 1, that the ladder truck, it was transferred to station number 6, and the number 6 don't have paramedics. And we're asking if maybe the ladder truck can come back to station number 1 when we have, in the downtown, all the buildings, they are high enough. And we bring one fire truck to the number 6, and they can have paramedics in that area. I think it's something that is very logical. And we want support, our fire department to make easy their job. And I think being prepared as a community, it will help them too. They were so wonderful. They want to learn how to make tamales. And of course, we're going to go to teach them. I don't know how to make it, but I'm going to eat them too. But they are so wonderful. They are great people, amazing, and we are so respectful for all the job they do. I think our police department, our fire department. Excuse me. Oh, yes, because we don't have enough firefighters in our city, and we all know that is, that is a need in our city. We cannot compete maybe with the rate they pay in other cities, because, it's so high. But I think helping them and showing our support, it would at least, keep our loyal fire department here with us, because we're family. And maybe in the future, find a way to help them too. Everybody have to make a living. And we understand that it's a need that we all have, and maybe we all get together as Fullertonians, as a family, we can help one to another. Thank you so much, Chief, for your job, and this applause is to you. Fullerton, thank you for your job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now we're going to give you the room.
Real quick, my name is Charlie Miller. I live at 501 Orangethorpe. That's Rancho La Paz. I'll just read this real quick. My base rate was $705. Now it's $1,200. I make $1,200. I'm underwater because I got a car, I got insurance, I got a wife, blah, 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 blah. And I know I voted for you because I remember the name because I'm a jazz fan. There's a guy named Med Floor. He's a great saxophone player. Anyway, I just want to say I know people that are 88 years old and they're having a hell of a time. They don't know what to do. Now, I applied for a job today. I think I'm going to get it. I'm 73, but you know what? I can work. You know, I can actually do this for a couple of years, right? Then I become homeless, right? And then I wanted to save my money for emergency, and housing is not an emergency. Emergency is when you get really sick. That's an emergency. Housing is not an emergency, in my opinion. You know, but by golly, I don't know what's going to happen here. And I hope that everyone here that it goes to the housing authority. I went there at 201 Anaheim Boulevard, talked to them, and I'm a vet. I was in the Marine Corps. I used to like to say that they spelled it with 2 R's when I was in, right? It is, you know, I'm a vet, and I can't believe I can make it homeless, right? I'm not using any chemicals or anything, and well, here I am, and I don't want to be homeless. And I know these other folks don't either. But thank you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, and thank you, Council, for having us. My name is Eva Knight, and I'm going to try to keep this brief, and I think I can do it in 3 minutes, so it might be fast. I live at 24 Magnolia Villa in Rancho La Paz Park, and that is on the Fullerton side. As you know, it's a large senior park with about 380 units. Many people have lived there for 30 years or more. My husband and I have been there since 2002. The lot rent has always risen in small increments. In the last couple of years, it's been a bit higher due to maintenance and water issues. Still, few people complained about that, as we like the park to be neat and well kept, and so it's expected that there'll be some raising. Imagine our shock and worry when we received the rent increase of $390 a few days after we received the letter that the park had been sold. The letter explained that the park has always had lower rents and it was time for it to raise. We all moved here because it was a nice park at reasonable prices. My husband will be 80 in December and he still works. I am disabled with secondary progressive multiple sclerosis. My son is 53 and he lives with us. He goes in to his work early and skips his lunch hour so that he can come home and be with me shortly after my husband goes to work. This makes him basically a part-time caregiver. But with his income added to ours, we will not qualify for the subsidy. We can squeak by with his help. But what do we do when the new owner raises our rent again next year? He will probably sweep in to aid the people who still have mortgages and can't pay their lot rent, like me, and help us by purchasing our homes for less than their value. That's his reputation. If these business tactics are not conflicts of interest, then I don't know what is a conflict of interest. It is my understanding that this is perfectly legal. A $390 per month increase, that may be legal, but it's certainly not moral. This predator is gouging old people, which I am one of. The so-called one-year subsidy is at the owner's total discretion and can be terminated at any time. In addition, according to the Fullerton Observer, only 46 households may actually get the subsidies. The paperwork is a nightmare of private information that is required to even apply. I got it. It was 9 pages long. I have with me I was going to have my next door neighbor with me. Her name is Susu. I don't see her. She is Korean, and she has not mastered English writing so well. I am attempting to speak for her, too. They moved in late last fall and totally renovated their house. Her husband is disabled, and now she is working 2 jobs. She needs to have the application for the subsidy in Korean, so that she can understand and meet their requirements. A few more seconds, please. There are people in the park who will need help with other languages. Who's going to help them? If you can help us negotiate with the new owner or help us in any way, we would appreciate it. And please consider some new rules against this kind of predatory gouging by controlling lot rents in senior parks for other people on fixed incomes. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carol Hackerman, and most of everything that's been said I was going to say, but I just want to tell you that I got this rent increase, and I just lost my husband, and I don't know where I'm going to go, or I'm sorry. It's just a real big problem, and I hope you guys can help us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Clay Haig. I'm the Director of Operations for Park Management Incorporated. We operate Country Place Mobile Home Park down in Orangethorpe. We believe that the 50% rent increase that was imposed on the folks of Rancho La Paz is indeed unconscionable. From strictly a business sense, there are better ways to do it. We've operated this particular park for 15 years and have taken, we also give rent increases, but we do it over a period of time so that the hit isn't quite so dramatic. I've been in this business for over 30 years. I've done the rent control debate and battles from Blythe all the way to Bellflower, from San Diego to Barstow. And I can tell you that every time I've seen just a similar scenario, that what happens is that when a rent ordinance is adopted by a city council, there are great cheers, only to be followed by great tears shortly thereafter, because there are rules that are imposed on rent control ordinances by the courts, by the Court of Appeals. And those folks who thought they were going to get relief from rents find out that they get $100, $150 rent increases because of a rent control ordinance. Basically because new owners come in, they buy the park, and their property taxes go up. The courts have said they are entitled to a fair return on their investment. That means they aren't required to lose money. So over those years, I became a little bit cynical, and I started thinking, those rent increases based on property tax increases, those property tax increases don't go to that park owner, they go to the local government. And so in my cynical way, I think maybe local government is a partner in these rent increases. And so if there's any way to provide relief, maybe that's one of the ways to do it. Maybe look to legislation that would limit these sorts of rent increases, and then following up on that, perhaps then the folks who are our customers won't have to suffer because of the rules that are imposed by the courts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Diane Seville. I live on West Roberta Avenue in the Woodcrest neighborhood. I would like to start off saying we are very happy that the park is moving along, and we are very happy that the pot shop is finally gone. But what we are not happy about is their streets. That Orangethorpe Avenue is a disgrace to the city of Fullerton. You cannot fill those potholes fast enough. Last year I had to replace, I have 26,000 miles on my car. I had to replace my 2 front tires, not because of wear, but because of pieces of tire, chunks of tire gone. And then I just found out last week I've got to replace my 2 back ones for the same reason. That's costing me $800 on top of the 45 years worth of city taxes I've been paying since I've lived there. We need something done, and we need it now. We cannot wait any longer. Baker, our main exit out of the neighborhood, is a disgrace. It's a nightmare. It's just potholes everywhere. There's not one exit out of our neighborhood that we can go out through that we're not deciding which pothole is going to do the less damage to our neighborhood. And we need something done about it now, not next year. We've been waiting for years for this. Conveniently, the city paved in front of Food for Less and then paved in front of Target. Well, that's great for those stores, but you've left our neighborhood looking like a ghetto. And we're fed up and tired of it. And the other thing, my other issue tonight is trying to get out on Euclid. You guys keep putting these high-density homes in our area. It will take us on a weekend 10 signals to get out onto Euclid to go to the 91 freeway, which is like a 1/10 of a mile from my house. It's ridiculous. Nobody knows what keep clear means. They'll run that red light. They're going to get through no matter, how many accidents have been there. We need like a left-hand turn signals out out of our neighborhood so we can actually get out without having to sit there for 10, 15 minutes waiting to get out. There are other issues in our neighborhood, but I guess we're going to do this. We've decided to do this in increments. So that's mainly why I'm here tonight, because we would like to see something done. You guys finally took action on the park and finally took action on the pot shop. Now we want to see something that, also benefits our neighborhood, because as you know, I've been here before, our neighborhood feels extremely neglected. And it is. We have people with mobile homes in their front yards. One is on Baker, and I forget what the other name of the street is. Parked right, they have a corner lot. It's parked right on the corner. You can't even see to make a right-hand turn. We have called and complained about this stuff. The permanent business on Baker that's in front of those apartments that never leaves. It's open every day. I've talked about, for 2 years, I've told you guys about that. Nothing happens. They don't leave. They're still there. So we want to feel like, we matter to the city, that we're just not here to pay taxes and, say, good job. Okay, that's it for today.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Council. I'm a resident of La Paz, and basically everything has been said, I know, but I just want to say that I speak for everybody there. We just can't afford that much. I realize that our space payment would be going up, but I never dreamed that it would be $395. So I would appreciate, all of us would appreciate, if you could at least talk to him, have some kind of say on it, Not that it will change, but hopefully it would change. So I'm just begging you, please try to do something. Do something for all of us. We really need the help. I appreciate you listening to us. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Charlene Bonnell McAllister, and I'm speaking on behalf of my mother who lives and my stepfather live in Rancho La Paz. They have been here for 9 years, residents on a very tight, strict income, and unfortunately with this $390 hike, it is actually forcing us to have to think about moving her out of state away from her family, and because they just can't afford to live here anymore. Not just for my family, but others. I mean, we at least can come together as a family to help make the arrangements for this move. But my concern is for all the other 390 residents that live in this complex who can't afford to move, or they don't have the family support to help do that and help get them to where they need to go. We have a big problem with homelessness already, and I fear that this is going to force our elderly onto the streets because they will feel like they have nowhere else to go, or the latter, which is suicide, which is an even more painful thing for families to go through. So we definitely appreciate you taking all of our feedback and consideration on helping us figure out a solution for this problem, not for just the families who are able to leave, but to help the ones who have nowhere to go if they stay. One of the things that was stated in their current contract is that they have to give a 60-day notice to the complex before they can even have a realtor come onto the property to even see what it's worth. And in doing so, that puts us right into that first month of hike of this increase, which unfortunately my family cannot afford. So I know a lot of the residents are going to be facing this as well to this complex. Again, we do really appreciate you listening to each and every one of us, and thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize for the shorts. I just came from working at Disney, so that's why I'm in my shorts. My name is Dr. Richard Odegaard, educator for 35 years in Northern California. My wife and I moved down here 12 years ago to do something entirely different and to live close to our kids. But 3.5 years ago, we decided that it was time to downsize. We knew that we were going to be living on a fixed income, or at least less of an income, and it was time to make some drastic changes. One of those drastic changes was to spend 1.5 years looking for a mobile home park that was suitable for us, that had some amenities that we appreciated, that had good people there, and was well taken care of. After our search for 1.5 years, we decided on Rancho La Paz for a couple of reasons. Some I've already mentioned. The rents were very comfortable. From years 1 to 2 and 2 to 3, our rent went up 5%. I'm a former math major, and I know that people have talked about a 50% increase. It's been 55% for the Fullerton side. We're paying $705, do the math, $390 is not 50%. We know of people in our park that right now cannot afford food. They're living on potatoes. We also know, after doing some research, that the company that bought our park has an agenda. And the agenda is to eventually get rid of all of us. Of course, losing the capital that we've invested. My wife and I have invested about $250,000 into our new manufactured home and all the things that go with it. But to eventually get rid of all of us to the point where they can move in and build condos and make millions of dollars. And if you check your record, you'll find that to be true at a Lakewood Mobile Home Park that they've done that to. So we see ourselves being in a predicament. We probably can afford the $390, barely, but we don't want to afford $390. We want to be able to live. And so do all the people behind me want to live and not eat potatoes and not be so tight that you can't enjoy life a little bit as a senior. I'm 69, my wife is 72. I'm sure the average age of the average tenant there is probably in their 80s. And by the way, there are 380 units, but that represents between 600 and 700 people. 600 and 700 lives that are being affected by a greedy group of people who want to make money. And I hope that the council will stand up to them and defend us. We vote for you. You vote for us. And I love the fact you give us a chance to share and to challenge. And I pray that the Lord's will be done. And you'll see that what they're doing to us is not right. And as somebody said before, immoral. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Here to talk about the rent issue. My name is Ed Kim, and I'm here on behalf of my parents to express my and their concerns about the recently announced rent increase at the Rancho La Paz mobile home community. My parents received a 90-day notice of the rent increase from the new owner, Peach Ranch LLC, in early March. What was shocking was the new monthly rent that will supposedly take effect in June represents a whopping 55%. You've heard that already multiple times. Compared to their, that's a 55% hike compared to their current monthly rent. Many others have received the notice in the past few weeks with their similar increases. This is not only absolutely outrageous, but it's an assault on the peaceful mobile home community of close-knit retired elderly folks who have escaped the pressures of constant apartment rent increases only to now find themselves in that similar situation again with the greedy new owner. And so on behalf of my parents and a lot of the very, very good folks behind me, I implore you to show compassion towards these folks and strongly urge you to exercise your authority as city council members to block the new landowner from enforcing this outrageous and completely unreasonable rent hike. This attempt by the new owner to fleece the poor elderly residents of Rancho La Paz, many of whom, like my parents, are relying on Social Security benefits as the main source of income, may end up driving many of these residents out of the community they call home for so many years because of the exorbitant costs required to continue their residency at the park. So I question the owner's motive. Is the new owner's is that the new owner's intent to really push these good folks, good tenants who have been there for many, many years in the name of corporate greed? So in addition to stopping the new owner's efforts to enforce the hike, I asked all you council members to create maybe a rent control zone for the mobile home park in order to safeguard these residents from being subjected to such outrageous rent increases in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Whoops. Is that better?
Yes.
Good. I'm continuing my betterment of the city of Fullerton. It's a little kind of unusual because of the fact that everyone has come in tonight to fight for what they believed. But my thing was to have a copy of the agendas available to everyone 24/7 after they've been printed in a container outside underneath where you have it under glass, but nobody could read it under glass, and have a sign that says take one. The object is to get the people involved that would never, ever, ever think of coming to a city council meeting. And because it's just one of those things that complacency is a terrible thing. As in the past, complacency has caused death with examples such as Pearl Harbor and the Holocaust. When people are complacent, everything dies. So the object is to get people involved, and I have a gallery behind me where people are involved. I think they should, I hope they continue to get involved in other things. That's the object of having a city. We don't want our city to die. We don't want our city, we want it to keep it vibrant. And the thing of it is to get involved. And as I say, my target is the people that wouldn't even think about getting involved. And if they, I have a saying, there's a saying, out of sight, out of mind. My saying is in sight, in mind. If they see it, they'll think about it. And thank you so very much. And I hope things works out with the gallery behind me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening to everybody. My name is Yolanda Quillen. First of all, I want to say thank you for the beautiful prayer that we hear. I am here because I'm living in Rancho La Paz for 21 years. When I came to there, I came with my husband. I don't have no problem. But now my husband separated me. Now I am myself, and I have a very bad arthritis. I am in the SSI. I am got like 950, and one of my brothers came to live there with agree with the manager as a caregiver because I cannot be myself. And he is helping me, and he helped me with a little rent. And paying $800, I said okay because it was $800 because I had to pay the insurance for the car, the insurance for the mobile home. But now that I got the letter from the new owner, $300 increased rent. When I read the letter, almost I pass out because for me it's very hard to pay the $800 because I got only $950 a month for SSI. But now this new owner raised the rent $300 a month for 1 year because we don't know the next year we have another one. And I am here that asking you, the city of Fullerton, to help us because we are seniors and most of us, we are sick and we don't know what to do. I hope so the Fullerton City do something for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am a resident of Rancho La Paz as well, and I have an opinion about these rent increases, just like everybody else. The hardship in the rent increases in a senior mobile home community such as ours is not only here, but being echoed throughout the state of California. And like everybody else, it's going to be very traumatic on them. First, you should know, I'm a cancer survivor, but I don't think I'm going to survive this. I can't survive a traumatic increase, as you well know, of 55%, let alone survive the next increase, by which we all know that's the modus of operandus that this new owner projects wherever he goes. The uncertainty of my housing situation is taking a toll on me, my wife, my health, my wife's health, my well-being, my mental state. I really wish I would have known that this park was up for sale before I bought it. Before I bought my space, I could have made an informed decision. But apparently it's a little unknown law that you don't have to disclose that to anybody. You can go about your business and say, no, we don't know, it's okay. Come in and find this particular tragedy taking place. You know, my treatment for my cancer was done at City of Hope in the city of Duarte. And without them, I wouldn't be here today. They took my history of health, diagnosed my symptoms, and recommended a life-saving treatment. The cancer affected me not only physically and emotionally and financially, but again, my wife, my family, my friends, it took a toll on them as well. But with all of our support, we got through it. Though my future health has an optimistic outlook, I do not have that same optimistic outlook for my living conditions at Rancho La Paz Mobile Home Park. I respectfully ask the council to take up this matter. Look into the effects of dramatically raising rents in a mobile home park that bad, that dramatically high. See the symptomatic problems that it comes with. It's pretty evident. Take a take a closer examination of the symptoms and their results if left untreated. It will affect my family and the people who live in my community and ultimately the city of Fullerton. In closing, you have the power to administer this life-saving treatment for me and my community. And protect your senior citizens of the city of Fullerton.
Thank you very much.
I'm asking you, one last thing. I'm asking you, the councilmen and women of the city of Fullerton, to be our city of hope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Silva and members of the council. My name is Julie Polly. I'm the regional representative for the Western Manufactured Housing Communities Association. The WMA represents mobile home park owners throughout the state of California. And I've distributed some general information about mobile home rent control. WMA is always opposed to government fixing of housing prices. Mobile home rent control is inherently unfair, erodes affordable housing, is divisive to your community, and extremely costly to administer. This housing policy should never be considered, and there's always alternatives. I read in the media about the situation at Rancho La Paz, and I'd like to encourage perhaps both the mayor and Councilman Zahara, sorry if I'm pronouncing that correctly, to meet with the park owner and his representative, since it's in your district. I wish this wasn't an uncommon occurrence when a park turns over in ownership. Sadly, it isn't. Especially when the park has significantly below market rents and the park ownership hasn't changed over in decades, creating a significant Prop 13 reassessment. In Rancho La Paz, the property tax increase alone is nearly $750,000. That works out to $160 per month per space. That isn't profit to the park owner. That's in fact your money, the city of Fullerton and your schools. Secondly, having worked on this issue throughout Southern California for nearly 10 years, mobile home rent control degrades your quality of communities and mobile home parks. I like to use the example of the city of Yucaipa, who have to budget $250,000 a year just to defend their ordinance. And they've started the process to actually close mobile home parks. They concluded the ordinance would never give the property owner the needed revenue to upgrade and provide maintenance to these aging communities. They've identified 7 communities they'd like to close and reuse. Without investors, like the investors at Rancho La Paz, these parks will close. He isn't an owner that buys and sells parks to redevelop them. He's a mobile home park owner and operator. And that should be welcome news to the residents at Rancho La Paz that he has every intention of keeping Rancho La Paz open, and it will be a attainable housing opportunity for them. But it is unrealistic to think that a new investor can continue with below market rents, or that a resident is entitled to low rents and that they will never be corrected. Neither is the case. Luckily, the park owner has developed a rental assistance program that will assist qualified residents at the park.
Please, guys, would you please wait? Audience, please let her finish. Thank you.
Thank you. That will assist qualified residents at the park owner's costs for up to $200 of assistance. I have that information for any residents that would need it. In closing, everyone recognizes this is difficult. I understand there's a resident meeting tomorrow, perhaps allowing the park owner representative to audit the meeting, take notes back to the owner so that he can adequately address their concerns. Oh. It's my understanding the ownership's locked out of that meeting.
Hold it. Shh, no. We're not doing that, please. No, we're not doing that. We're going to ask you to leave if you keep interrupting us, please.
I think if we work together, we can find a solution.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Mike Pecora. I'm not speaking about the trailer parks and any of that stuff. The thing I'm concerned about is we're getting our water raised. And the thing is in this town, there's a lot of Airbnbs. Are they getting rate increases as a commercial? because they're not a resident. They're running as a business. But why should I have to raise my rates go up if theirs don't? These people that come in here and rent, they don't care about the water, how much they use, because they're just there for a few days. Why am I being nailed and they're not? The thing is I've been bringing this subject up every once in a while about the things going on in this city. They're running as a miniature hotel. Are they have sprinklers in them like hotels are required to? Are they paying extra in their sewer, their waste? They're probably not. Are they paying transit occupancy taxes that they're required to pay? Probably not. That's a lot of money this city's losing. And, you're going to raise our rates. Make it fair to everybody. I mean, you're going to raise the rates for restaurants and stuff here in town. Anybody with a big meter is going to get raised. Hit these guys here. They're on the internet. You can't say they're not, because they're all over the internet on how much they charge. Technically, they're in a residential area. They're not required. They're not supposed to be doing that, because it's zoned for R1. It's not zoned for hotel. These are miniature hotels. If you look at it, by the law, it's a miniature hotel. But yet we're not doing anything about it. Why? We're losing a lot of money. I mean, if they're paying a tenant occupancy tax, it's 10% of what they charge. So if you got guys charging $100 a day, that's $30, okay, because they have to rent it for a minimum of 3 days. So that's $30 times 400 of them. That's a lot of money we're losing each week, each month. Why are we not putting that forth to collect that monies? I mean, I'm tired of it. I got a lady down the street. Somebody that works for the city of Fullerton called her and told her, oh, this guy's turning you in. That, to me, is a violation of law, because that's privileged information when you turn somebody in. I don't care. She came down and confronted me. I said, that's great. Do the way they're supposed to be done legally. But yet, nothing was done. They were just told her, okay, you got to pay a fine. You can keep it going. It's not, setbacks aren't legal. But yet they let it go. Why? The city doesn't, they pick and choose their battles. Me, I'm supposed to, but you know what? I pick battles I want. If you want to keep battling me, I'll go get it. I'll fight you guys tooth and nail. But we've got to do something, because it's not fair to everybody out here. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Happy day. Thank you for serving. My name is Brian Kay. It's great seeing you at the Board of Supervisors on Tuesday, or last week. I typically don't make this type of a speech, but there's a business. It's called ECC. It's on Orangethorpe Avenue. It's a medical marijuana dispensary, and it's been shuttered. It seems to be there's a conflict with the city of Anaheim, or city of Fullerton, apologies. And they're still functioning, but it seems like that maybe if some details were issued and some people looked into the reports, this business could be reopened and given another platform, another opportunity to serve the community. There's definitely a number of people who live in the community who enjoy shopping at that business, conducting business, and I'll share, I've called them probably 100 times, and every time they've answered the phone, and we've conducted business simply, easily, and efficiently. Which brings me kind of to why I'm here at Fullerton. I've made probably 50 reports to the FBI because of judges, Fullerton police officers, Anaheim police officers, the district attorney's office, public defender's office. They've actually held 10 jury trials against me. I was never there in court. This could have been resolved if my first phone call had been answered. I think Ava's probably heard my voice probably 1,000 times, and when I call, she just hangs right up on me because she knows who I am. You guys don't want to deal with mistakes or problems that you've caused in the past. And that's a shame, because that's how issues are resolved, by communicating with the public. I do want to thank all of you, too, because I've spent a lot of time with the Board of Supervisors, and you don't get much eye contact from the Board of Supervisors. And I'll share, for the time that I've been here, the eye contact with you has been very, very respectful to the speakers. The last thing I'll mention, been listening to the mobile home park issue. You know, a mobile home has never been something that I've wanted to consider. I wanted to have a piece of land that was my own. But I have great respect for people who do buy mobile homes, because they take the long term into consideration. They're looking for a home that will last them for the rest of their life at a reasonable fee. I hope Fullerton will look into the resources that the residents have and realize that there isn't more money there. That the money that's coming in from there is as much money as, I guess, a golden goose could provide. And slaughtering this mobile home park just to get an extra $1 million right now will cost you much, much more in the long run. These are the elderly. They do not have a new source of income. They only have what they have. And a mobile home park provides the perfect place for them to live. The sense of community, if you go to mobile home parks, they usually have weekly dinners, parties, community events. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy day.
Hi, sorry about the outburst over here, but we're the people trying to speak. And those who have mobile homes, if you guys really want to end the homelessness, please just take the drugs off the street. There's more people dying off of it, and that's the reason why the rent's going up like crazy, is because we have so much drug addicts and so much drugs on the street. Please take it all off.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samantha. I would like to propose the City of Fullerton implement an online rental property registration program. In other words, rental permits per bed space rented out in a home or apartment. But my request doesn't end there. I would also like to see homeless individuals, couples, and families stop being discriminated against because a young mother has a child, an individual is on SSI, or a young couple wants to be in one room at a reasonable cost. Since becoming homeless and contacting dozens of people via phone, email, and in person, I have been verbally harassed, sexually harassed, and have come across scammers. Here are some of the comments that I was taken back by. It's just me and my 2-bedroom home, but I don't think I can have a couple in the next room. I like my peace and quiet, and I work a lot from home. Do you both work? I don't like people being at home. He's on SSI? Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think that's going to work. No kitchen use. No kitchen or bathroom use. Working professionals only. Students only. Females only. Males only. You look hot. Are you bi? If you and your hubby would be up for playing around, that'd be nice. This was after I asked if I can see the room for rent. Another one. I'm out of state. Fill out the application. After everything checks out, we will discuss payment through the mail, and I will send you keys via FedEx shipping. I looked up the address, and he wasn't even the owner. And finally, my favorite, grow up and make enough money for your own place so you don't have to adapt to someone else's rules. Seriously, so over this entitlement. City Council, I have been homeless since December 14th, 2018, and I've been searching for something affordable for me and my fiancé since September 2017 to no avail. I'm tired, I'm cold, I'm stressed, I'm angry, and I'm sad. I know humanity still exists in this world. I need help finding it for everyone. And that could be done if we create an online rental property registration program and equipped it with the ability to keep housing affordable and safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gamble, just 1 second. Is anyone else coming to speak for public comments? Please line up over here so we can kind of gauge. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Curtis Gamble, activist for the homeless and the residents too. I'm a military veteran. I'm trying to think of what I want to talk about. I have compassion for the people, sitting behind me, they don't want to become homeless. What is it, Rancho La Paz, mobile home? That's what we're trying to take a lot of people off the streets and put them into housing like that. So I don't want to see them get kicked out when we're trying to put people into housing. We're trying to help homeless people get their lives together. And I don't want to see them become homeless, and that defeat the whole purpose. So I live in the City Lights apartment. I paid $50 a month rent for the last 2 years. I think my apartment normally rents out for about $900. Because of my veteran service to my country, I get a chance to live at a very, very good rate, $50 a month. But as a veteran, I was fighting for these people. So I feel that I should continue to fight for them. They shouldn't have to worry on a day-to-day basis. I don't worry at all for the last 2 years. Anyway, the Citrell apartments right behind the fire department rents out for $460 a month, maybe to $1,500 a month, from $460 to $1,500 a month. The other apartments that we opened up on Orangethorpe Avenue, they rent out for, I think it's family housing, they rent out for start at $230 and go up to maybe $1,500 a month. And I like to thank Jan Flory for all the help when we did a 3-year lawsuit on behalf of the homeless for zoning for housing. It's because of these apartment buildings, because of you guys. You did a good job on getting a lot of homeless people off the streets. I don't want to see these people have to go through that. Why should they have to go through? They've earned their way through life. Jan Flory is a former real estate broker. I'm a former real estate broker. I'm on the Continuum of Care Board, and we have lots of money, as Mr. Dahmer knows, to assist in anybody who needs housing before they become homeless. We, especially Jan, I know she knows, because as real estate brokers, and she's proven that by helping us get $1 million on behalf of the homeless to put them in the Citrell apartment. We can do this. We can negotiate and help the people. Okay?
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. My name is Richard Flores. I live in Rancho La Paz. And most of the seniors there are 75 to 90 years old. And their Social Security is about $850 to $1,300 a month. I only get $1,307 a month. My wife and I were doing pretty good, but she passed away 3 months ago. She was getting $800 a month. So we were doing okay, but it wasn't all that great, but it was good. And we retired over 20 years ago. 20 years ago, wages were lower. They weren't taking as much out for Social Security. Our Social Security wasn't being built up as they are now. Now, I was making, I think it was $11.50 20 years ago with the city of Los Angeles, Water and Power, which was doing pretty good at that time. But now that's almost just minimum. And now the people who retire now are going to get a much bigger pension from the Social Security, which it's good, but not for us old timers. I was wondering why the new owner didn't spread this rent increase in maybe 4 or 5 years. No, he comes out one big lump sum, $390. But and I don't think he likes seniors. He doesn't like seniors at all. He wants to get rid of them. And we're not going to get any help from Sacramento, that's for sure. All they want to believe is sanctuary cities. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Ruth Ann Marquina, and I'm a resident of Rancho La Paz and want to address this outrageous rent increase with you. I recently retired, and I am on a fixed income. The current increase of almost $400 will certainly take away from my quality of life. For example, and I am sure you have heard this before, do I eat or do I pay for my medication? I now have less money to move around to see my families, my grandchildren, and my doctors. Certainly you can see how this dramatic increase will affect me. I am not only very concerned with this current rate increase being put on us, but what's to come. Something has to be done. Rancho La Paz Mobile Home Park straddles two cities, Anaheim and Fullerton. My uncle lives on the Anaheim side and has been a resident for 30 years. Tonight he cannot attend the council meeting in Anaheim due to his disability, and I feel he has described it best. This is elder abuse. In my research, an article was published in the Orange County Weekly dated September 2015. I have learned that the new owners of Rancho La Paz also own and operate two mobile home parks in Huntington Beach, the Huntington Beach Shore Cliffs and the Pacific Mobile Home Park, where rents were dramatically raised, and I am paraphrasing this article. In 2008, rent was $1,250 and $825 respectively. Now they are $2,500 and $2,285. It is estimated that 150 residents have fled. In 2014, Huntington Beach City Council put a measure on the ballot for rent control for mobile homes, but the park owner and affiliates, who are now also our current park owner and affiliates, at the last minute coerced the City Council to pull the measure off the ballot, saying that they would come to an agreement that is fair and equitable for both sides. The owners, our current owners, equitable offer was they were going to offer the people 5-year leases with only a 4% annual increase. The City Council was convinced and they pulled the ballot measure. Sounds good, right? This fair and equitable agreement was made only after the park owner got the rents up to $1,950 a month. They did this by raising the rents $500, and then they raised it another $500 the next 6 months. Believe it or not, with an apology for raising the rent, per the article. This dramatic increase forced the residents to go before the Huntington Beach City Council and proposed a ballot measure for rent control, which was pulled. End of article. In my opinion, this does not sound very fair and equitable. Another March 2016 article of the Manufactured Homeowners website, and I paraphrase. And this is from now the owners of the Rancho La Park Mobile Home Park. I just need to say this. To park owners, there comes a point where you want to sell your property or change it to another use. If the park is designated as senior, consider changing it to an all-age park, which profile is more likely to generate income that grows rather than is fixed. Senior or working family, who is more likely to have time to lobby for rent control.
Thank you very
Senior or
much.
working families.
All right. All right.
This is a very special community, and thank you for hearing me tonight. And I hope and pray that you are able to take steps to help us all out
Thank
at
you.
Rancho La Paz. Thank you.
And before we start, is the gentleman in the green the last person at public comments? Or are you the gentleman? Bernard. Okay, so we'll go those two and Bernard. All right, perfect. Thank you. And if anyone else, please line up, or if not, then Bernard over here will be the last one after the gentleman with the beer. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing the Rancho La Paz neighbors this evening. And I'll make this short probably. But my name is Valdonna Longbreak. I've been a resident of the Rancho La Paz for about 7 years right now. And again, I've experienced the rent increase from $705 to $1,095. I am also a surviving cancer patient, so there's medical things, that go along with the rent and so forth. And I'm actually wanting to speak out for single women, because it's very well known that single women live longer usually than their husbands. So that makes it exceptionally hard on us because we are just single providers for our households. You're all aware that Social Security rarely, if ever, gets increases, and when it does, it usually gets eaten up by a rent increase. But I'm going to say that I'm not real familiar with this because I didn't have time to really research it, but it's my understanding that the area that we are in is considered an opportunity zone that, if I'm understanding correctly, gives breaks to new businesses when they come in as far as taxes and so forth. So I'm just curious as to how that applies to what is happening at Rancho La Paz. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. I've been a resident since 2010. My name's Dave Kiefer, and I've kind of had a unique situation where I've been a general contractor since 1991, and when I came in there, I got the opportunity to meet quite a few people that live in the park, probably like around 100 of the 380 residents. But I don't want to get into hearsay or anything like that. It's just I want to go through a couple of things that have come to me, and that's when people move in, they sign a rental agreement, and that agreement has certain conditions. And basically, they're supposed to be able to live in the conditions that they agree to when they sign up. But every year, that seems to change, and the restrictions get different, and forces people to now live in a community that's basically a lot less socially friendly than what it used to be. So every time there's a problem, it seems that the management would just say, okay, nobody gets to do that anymore, and just make a flat rule so they don't actually have to manage it, but just cut people off. Another thing is, like a lot of people are definitely on SS, are on Social Security, and I know from experience, because I was disabled, that they're not going to get a penny more. Whatever they get, that's what they're going to get. And there's a lot of people in there that have been, let's say, the last 20 years, from 85 to 75 to 65, and they're going on what they got, what their benefits were from 20 years ago, and even some other people that maybe were not working, spouses or widowed or widowers that were there, that even as far as 30 years ago, and so, they don't have sufficient funds to live on either. And I know there's people in there that actually have been living on dog food and cat food and stuff like that, and really are within, $10 or $20 of being. That's what they have, to work with for their food. Let's see. I want to talk about the utilities a little bit in the park. The water supply in the park and the electrical supply. Basically, there's 125 amps service to go through for 10 mobile homes. And the park used to be like a travel trailer park, and now it's grown into a full family, not full family, but full-size mobile homes. So the demand for electricity is already insufficient. And then with the water piping through the whole park is just not old. So they have frequent pipe breakages, and what they've done is they've decreased the water pressure in the park to try to compensate and keep for further damage happening. And if the plan is to go to a family park, they're never going to be able to sustain the requirements. And so what's going to end up happening is they're going to have to redo the plumbing for the whole park and electrical service for the park. And if they're going to have to put up that kind of a cost to do that, it's not going to benefit them to keep it as a mobile home park. They're going to want to try to get it rezoned and do condominiums or something like that. So really, it is forcing the senior people out of there.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Saeed. I actually don't even know if I'm here in the right place because I was told that they're going to be discussing the park dwelling fee, of accessory dwelling fee.
Yes, that's coming up. So if you wait
I
a
thought
bit.
it was finishing.
Yeah.
So it is coming up?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right. Bernard.
My name is Bernard, and I have been a resident of Fullerton for 6 months now. I would like to thank the council for your continued patience with my disabilities. Now that we have a full dais, can we move forward with addressing the house fee issue? I understand, Mayor De Silva, that things do not operate at light speed, but when you're the one with the roof over your head, your sense of urgency is a little different. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Fitzgerald, for bringing to my attention that the Kimberly Clark plant and Heinz plant are on private property. But I feel like if you speak to Mr. Campbell, there are no shortage of organizations that will spearhead this. We can easily convert the properties into community farms and gardens, as well as a shelter. And this will not involve NIMBY because it's in the industrial sector. I was fortunate enough to take a spill and split my eye open that needed 12 stitches. As a result, I was able to jump the wait list for LA shelters. Chief Dunn, correct me if I'm wrong, but even if a police officer asks for your ID, if you ask if you're under arrest, if they say no, you can just walk away. But this doesn't preclude you from the troubles and hassles that come with not having an address. Like, what are you supposed to put on a job application? And if you don't have an address, you can't even get a library card. Excuse me. I was actually shot, kidnapped, and held my friends as they died in my arms. But the thing is, I always remembered moments of human kindness. I think Fullerton can do better. Let's do better. Happy birthday, Jason, Lindsay, Calvin, and Ray. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, and at this time we'll bring it back. And before we start with our city manager, I'd like, if the council's willing, if we could draft a letter and send it to the owners of the home parks, asking them if they would be willing to adjust the rates or meet with the residents. And at the very minimum, also, if they're going to provide those applications for the subsidies, to have some help filling them out there, have some staff help filling it out, and have some translators. As we heard, there's a few, or maybe many residents who will need help filling the application. So if this,
Mr. Mayor, just so it's clear, this is not on the agenda.
Right, okay.
If you as mayor want to direct the city manager, you could do so as the mayor, but as a council action,
okay, got it.
don't really have it on the agenda.
All right, well, then I will ask as the mayor to draft the letter and go with that and start there. And at this point, Mr. City Manager.
Well, I'm wondering if it wouldn't be more effective to put together an ad hoc committee of a couple of members on the council to meet with the new park owners. You know, it's one thing to write a letter, but it's quite another thing to meet with the owners and put what pressure can be made to bear. You know, one thing, I have owned a manufactured home out in Earp, California. If you can believe, there's actually a town called Earp after Wyatt Earp. And my husband and I have had this place, a double wide mobile home, for 24 years. And when I first signed a lease for it, we lease from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And our lease was originally something like $269, and it stayed there for 20 years because my lease was for 20 years. And the park owners kept trying to raise my lease, and I would say, here's my 20-year lease. Tell me where it says you can raise it. But through that exercise and that fight with the park owners, because there was a park owner who leased from the Indians, we paid our land lease directly to Colorado River Indian Tribes, CRIT. But I understand the expense. Okay, I'm kind of whirly-gigging here right now. There's a section in the California Civil Code called the California Mobile Home Act. And I would recommend that you read that. It's been years since I've read it, but I am going to go back to it and read it again. And the reason the Mobile Home Act is a separate section of the Civil Code is because there is an understanding in that legislative scheme that those of you who are in mobile home parks, you're different than just a tenant in an apartment. You have a major investment. Like in our place at the river, we've got decks, a garage, a shed. I mean, that place cannot be moved out of that park. End of story. So you're a captive audience. And so this civil code has been promulgated to give you enhanced rights. And I would recommend that you go online and read the entire civil code. It's not that long, but there's certainly a lot of provisions in there that have to do with your right of assembly, of your right to go into the management and ask for the names and addresses of all of the property owners so that you can assemble and gather. Management is supposed to help you with putting together those meetings. Our influence as a council would be extremely limited in this case, and the reason is that this is a private property transaction. The city, so far as I know, has nothing to do with this development. It is like I sell my house to somebody and you don't like that somebody. The city can't step in and prevent that. By the same token, we don't have rent control or anything like that, but I think that there might be other ways in which the city can bring pressure to bear on the landowner. That needs exploration, and I don't know what that might be, but I'm going to encourage you to educate yourselves. I also will look at that, and you need to stick to your rights about that because many of your leases for mobile home property incorporate in toto the California Mobile Home Act. So you need to find out what your rights are so that you can be more meticulous and more organized in your protest of this action. I think it's absolutely horrifying. And ironically, this council is dealing tonight with two major agenda items to deal with the homeless issues. Here we've got 600 to 700 residents who may very well be in the crosshairs of being homeless. And so can we interdict that somehow? I mean, I think it's very important for us to do whatever it is we can. Incidentally, one thing about the property tax increase, it bears noting that for every $1 that is collected in property taxes, the city actually gets 15.6 cents of that. That's it. And with the death of redevelopment about 10 years ago, we have far less control over our property taxes, which is one of the reasons why our streets are in the condition they are. The state was having a big problem, so what did they do? They raped local government's treasury, and the money, the lion's share of property taxes go to Sacramento, and then they dole it out. And there are winners and losers in the equation of how much money everybody gets. San Francisco, for example, gets about 50 cents of every dollar that the state takes in property taxes. So there's many inequities, and the distribution of these property taxes is a major concern, and we need our representatives in Sacramento to fight for our city to get more of the money that we pay to Sacramento back into our city.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Mr. Zara?
Yeah, before Mr. Manager gives his opinion on this, but I'd like to make some updates. I have been following this since day one. I am appalled by this, and I can't see why we can't find something to do. We are the city of Fullerton, and we should do better. One of the things I have been in touch with, in fact, several elected officials, including our Congressman Gil Cisneros and Congressman Lou Correa, who both have offered to help. In fact, I just got a text from Congressman Lou Correa's office saying that they are drafting a letter in opposition of this. I've also been in contact with Senator Connie Leyva of District 20. The reason is because she sits on the Manufactured Communities Committee up in Sacramento, and I've made her aware of this situation as well, so that we can find some solutions even from Sacramento, what they have any ability to help with this as well. I know there's a community meeting tomorrow. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend because of another event or meeting I have to be at, but I will be sending someone on my behalf to take notes from the community as well and take some feedback. I actually reached out to the management company and left a message. I did not hear back from them. Yeah. And so the offer to meet with the owner, I think it was Miss Julie, is it?
Pauly, yeah.
Yeah, Julie Pauly, is it? Yes. I will take your offer to meet with the owner and see if we can find some solutions. And to our city manager, I'd love to see what are within the city's abilities to help. I would like to see if we can ask for an extension, not just 90 days, but go at least beyond that to allow us to find some solutions, maybe some additional funding or subsidies from the state. I'd like to look at this subsidy program that is offered a little bit closer. It seems very complicated. And I'm not sure where that money is coming from as well. So I'd like to find out more of this. So in our letter, I would be very much in favor of sending a letter, but also not just, but also asking specific questions as well. So thank you.
All right, and if we need to, I don't want to go too much into it because it hasn't been agendized, but I will follow up on the letter on behalf of the mayor, since we're able to do that now and not have to involve the whole council without being on the agenda. But so we are looking at it. It's not an easy topic right now, but we are looking into it. All right, Mr. City Manager, any items that you want to discuss?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Heard what you guys were saying and understand the city attorney's input on this. And I would ask the city attorney, individual letters from individual council members could go on their own, correct?
Sure.
Yes.
And they can individually meet with the property owner for that matter.
Correct. So, and then I know when I was first notified, we did reach out to the city of Anaheim because we do share the park with them. Their staff is understanding and also watching the situation as well. So, and then we can further work with the city attorney's office on exploring the Mobile Home Act and anything that the city may or may not be able to do under those guys and bring that back to the city council. So, on other items, I don't know if Maureen is still here, but we do have an order for a container for the agenda items so they can go outside, so that 24/7 we can have those. And then I do want to welcome, as I do at times, when we have new employees, we have a new police officer trainee, and as we know, those are much needed in the city here. And so I want to welcome Danielle Morley to the Fullerton Police Department. That's all I have right now, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. And at this time, we'll look into staff communications. Ms. Flory, any other items?
No, I went to see the whales in Baja this past 2 weeks ago, which is the reason why I wasn't here. It was a vacation bought and paid for last July, and my high school girlfriend would have murdered me if I hadn't gone with her. So it was an extraordinary trip. It was very, very inexpensive. We saw tons of whales. We froze our rear ends off, however, and the water was really, really choppy, but it was quite an experience.
Thank you. Mr. Zara, any other items?
Yes, if you would indulge me with just a couple minutes. I wanted to answer on a couple of things that some of the folks came out and spoke on. The water rate study, I did attend the last meeting we had. It's still a study, and one of the things I brought up was to, in fact, look into multifamily dwellings and apartment living and how any changes in our water rate would affect them as well, and so that has been taken into consideration. The other issue is on Orangethorpe Avenue. I know I live there, so I know, and I'm hopefully that this budget cycle we will prioritize our roads and look into additional funding for Orangethorpe. It is an opportunity zone, and there may be potentially new sources of funding there. Also, looking at funding from SB1 that potentially could be qualified for disadvantaged communities. So, working on that. I'd like to. Just to update a few things that we've been doing, I want to congratulate the Fullerton Chinese School for 30 years in the city. We attended their celebration for that, so I want to and it was just absolutely wonderful. Also, we attended, I believe, with Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Whitaker, Arbor Day. We planted 18 trees at Richmond Park, so that was very cool. I got to plant my very first tree ever. We also just came back from Sacramento with Councilmember Fitzgerald with the Association of California City to advocate for our city in Orange County at Sacramento, and it was a whirlwind of meetings, and mostly focused on housing. And homelessness and some of those issues that are really relevant right now for our communities. And let's see. I wanted to also point out, being on the Orange County Water Board, I will be tomorrow is the meeting. Will be given some assignments to some committees, and we'll be providing some more updates that shortly. One thing I would like to give the public to pay attention to is there are some bills up in Sacramento. Some are on a water tax, and there's an alternative bill for creating a water trust fund to bring water into and clean water into disadvantaged communities. It looks like most of us are going to be opposed to the water tax. I don't believe that we should be taxing water, but I would be very interested in supporting the trust fund for that. Finally, I would like to, if Mr. Mayor, if we can close in memory of the Muslim folks in New Zealand that died as a result of the terror attack. I know that a lot of our Muslim community here have been also in fear going to their places of worship. And I think if we can close with a moment of silence in solidarity. Thank you.
Yes, and we can do that, and we will also be closing for another person as well. So we'll do that at the end. Mr. Whitaker?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, too, would like to congratulate Su Ling and Stan Chen, the owners of Montessori schools in Fullerton, including Arborland, and on their 30th anniversary in business. They've turned out many outstanding students over that time and provide extremely quality education here in the city. So congratulations to them and their staff, their instructors as well. On Friday last week also, I don't know how many of you know of AFI at the Fullerton Airport, AFI flight training, which has for decades been turning out most of the region's private pilots and many commercial pilots as well. So many people throughout the region have done their training at AFI. They had an open house on Friday afternoon, and their founder, owner, and president, Bill Griggs Sr., it was the occasion of his 90th birthday. And so I was able to catch a little bit of time at that event at the open house, and our congratulations go to Mr. Griggs, certainly Bill Sr., but also his son, who is a strong operator in that business as well. He founded that school in 1967, and they're still certifying pilots today, so over 50 years in that business. The other event was on Saturday, as you know as well, too, Mr. Mayor, the Arbor Day, and it was a pleasure having a planting this year after the heavy rainfall. It was a different kind of soil that we dealt with out there. But Richmond Park, I think, will be the better for it. We plugged in a number of trees, and there were a lot of young people there and some groups that I think really got the bug. And I think they're going to be looking for future events as well. So for all who participated, thanks for being there, and also to our staff who did just a wonderful job. Dennis Quinlivan and all of his staff pulled together a really good event again this year. And that's it for my report, Mr.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Just a couple things from me. First of all, I represent this council on Orange County's Mosquito and Vector Control District. And I want to take this opportunity to remind you, especially after all of the rain that we've had, to look around your property and make sure there's no standing water. With all the rain that we've had this season, this next mosquito season will prove to be really tough. And as you may know, Fullerton is one of the 9 high-risk cities for West Nile virus. So mosquitoes are the world's deadliest predator, even though they're itty-bitty. So we all need to do our part on our property to make sure we're not contributing to the problem. I'd also encourage you to visit the website lovefullerton.org. The annual Love Fullerton Citywide Service Day is coming up on May 4th. Where thousands of people all throughout North Orange County actually will come together to work on projects in their cities and at their schools to beautify, to serve vulnerable parts of our community. And it's one of my favorite days of the year, and I know if you participate, it'll become one of yours too. So I encourage you to do that. As Councilman Zara said, he and I just got back from Sacramento trip with Association of California Cities, and a couple things that I want to make sure are on this council's radar for future agendas is the progress of Senate Bill 50, which is Senator Wiener's bill this year to deal with housing, by right housing around job centers and transit. Last year, his bill was very onerous on cities. He's really listened to major stakeholders and cities and has modified his bill significantly this year. And I'm hopeful that working with the city of Placentia, who is also targeting this and has specific amendments that they would like him to consider that we were able to share with him while we were up there, that we could get this bill to a point where our council could support it. And then I would also put on our radar SB 5 as well, which is a new limited redevelopment. legislative push. I think we need to be mindful of that. The other thing that I spoke to anyone in the legislature who would listen to me about is AB 147, Assembly Bill 147, which seeks to capture additional online sales tax. And it's currently in the Senate, and I think that we need to strategize with our lobbyists about how we effectively lobby the Senate committee that it is currently in to make sure that they're paying attention to the distribution of that additional online sales tax, to potentially change the formula for that incremental income. Once that bill passes and there's an urgency clause, so it could pass and be signed by the governor at any time and go into effect immediately, it'll immediately create winners and losers. And if we don't do something to address the inequity in the current state sales tax formula for online sales tax, it'll be a loss to cities like ours up and down the state.
Thank you. And just briefly, Arbor Day, thank you, Public Works and Dennis. Great event. I did help plant a few trees, and I did get inspired and went home and planted a few trees that I had in pots that had been sitting there for a couple of years. So I dug my own yard. But thank you. And then, yes, congratulations to Dr. Suling Chen and Stephen Chen for a great event on Friday. And I'll keep it at that right now. But I do want to read a certificate that we'll be closing in memory of the New Zealand Muslim community, and also in memory of Bobby Jerome Caitlin, who was the mother of our school board trustee Jenny Myers, and also wife of former mayor Bud Callan. I'm sorry. So I just like to take a moment and a certificate of official city council action. This is to certify that the Fullerton City Council adjourned its Tuesday, March 19 meeting in memory of Bobby Jerome Catlin, who passed away February 6, 2019. The council's action was taken in recognition of Bobby Jerome Catlin's love for her family, many friends, and community. Presented this date in remembrance of life spent in service to others. And on a personal note, I did see her and her husband years ago at different events, and they were always dressed to a T, matching wardrobe, and they were a great joy to be around and speak with. So we will be closing in her honor and for the Muslim community. And at this point, we will move forward with our first item. And who is Mr. Curiel?
Yes. Mayor and members of the council, Hugh Curiel, Parks and Recreation Director. This item before you tonight seeks council's approval to adopt a resolution to implement park dwelling fees for accessory dwelling units, which are also referred to as ADUs. At council's prior direction, ADU fees were developed for council's review and consideration, and these are based on they're based on neighboring cities. Park dwelling fees are assessed on all new residential dwellings. There are some exceptions, however. Some of those exceptions would be senior living, homeless shelters. Park dwelling fees are assessed to help mitigate the impact of housing development on the city's park infrastructure. Those funds coming from the park dwelling fees could be used to acquire or improve or add parks to the existing inventory. The City Council adopted the current formula in 1995, which establishes the park dwelling fee. It currently is at $12,020. The current fee was adopted by Council about 2 years ago. This fee has increased slowly with CPI and such, and periodic market studies. An ADU essentially is a secondary unit no larger than 1,200 square feet. It is constructed on an existing lot, and it commonly is referred to as a granny unit. It could be detached or attached with a separate entrance. A market study was conducted of surrounding cities showing that the average is approximately about $5,027. And that market study was, of course, that average is basically based on the cities that were able to participate in that survey. Fullerton's current fee is $12,020, which is also the same fee for park dwelling fees for any other standard dwelling. As you can see here in the table, there are some cities that have started to charge for a secondary unit. Some of them have not gone there yet, so we're getting a little bit of different information. But you can see here that some of them have gone there and some of them haven't yet. But nevertheless, if you look at the bottom, we came up with an average that gave us approximately $5,027 for what these cities are charging. So with that and a nearly built-out city, park dwelling fees are becoming a little bit more scarce. Development has slowed down. And as you can imagine, with the roster of parks and recreational amenities that the city has now, those funds are essential for the city to improve and to acquire new land. And so with that as well, staff is also looking at grants to actually try to offset some of those costs as well. So with that, this item was taken to Parks and Recreation Commission. Staff did present to them the recommended $3,620 per ADU unit, and they did support the reduction. However, they did amend their recommendation where it would actually be $3,620 for an ADU of 500 square feet and larger, and no fee for ADUs smaller than 500 square feet. So with that, the recommendation from Parks and Recreation Commission as such, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Before we this amount, this fee, if it passes, is it going to be going forward from this fiscal year to next fiscal year, or is it just one fiscal year that this fee will apply to?
I believe it's just for one fiscal year, and then it gets adopted every year.
Okay.
Yes, that's the case.
So it could, in essence, just go on year after year until we say no, or do we have to say yes to it every year?
It will become part of the fee resolution that the council adopts every year unless the council increases it, it will remain at that amount. We'll, of course, look at it every year and respond to state law. And then a question to the city attorney is, because this is a reduction in the fee, it could, as soon as it's passed, it could become effective almost immediately?
Immediately, yes.
All right. Before we go out for public comments, any other questions from council?
Yeah, I do have one question here. Now, in looking at the comparison table, there are cities like Anaheim and Brea that have an ADU park fee of 0. Do they not follow the same formula as we do, or why is it that they are 0?
From what we've understood, a lot of the cities, this is kind of a new thing, and so some cities may not be charging ADUs, where other cities would just be charging the same, like Fullerton right now is just charging the same for a park dwelling as for an ADU. But I believe in some areas there is no fee, according to our surveys.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So we'll open up for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please step forward. Come on up.
Again, my name is Saeed, and I appreciate you guys doing what you do here and giving us time to talk. With what I heard, with what's happening with the park and all that, I really don't think there's much that I can say for those people. But again, what I really believe, we own, when I say me and some partner, own few properties in Fullerton. And I really believe with making it easy for people to add, to their property for this kind of dwelling and all that, which I've been involved in the last 25 years with the city of Fullerton, it really would help almost everybody, including the city, because when this happened with $12,000, for the fee for the park, I was not even thinking about doing it. But when I heard that this is happening, I thought I'm going to come here and see if it is lower. I know a lot of people that they would do it. So it would bring a lot of people on the table that they would spend the money, which would bring the tax, we would bring the fees for the city and all that. So I would really 100% recommend doing that, and that would add to the properties and the places for people to live. Myself, in the properties that I own with some partners, I've been helping and working with almost all the organizations that they help homeless, like just to name a few of them: Elimination Foundation, Veteran Administration, Volunteers of America, His House, 1736 Family Crisis Center, Mercy House. These are few of them that I have actually worked with them, with the people that they have, that they've been in Santa Ana, Riverside, they call it, and then again a couple of other places that they're right now jammed in there. And we go there and talk to them and see the one that we can help, you know. So again, it is going to be really, really effective and helpful to the homeless and the less fortunate as far as the space goes. So I would really strongly believe, you know, that if you could make it easier on property owners and all that, it would really help everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jose Trinidad Castaneda. I work 52 hours a week, every week. Multiple jobs, a nonprofit job, a restaurant job at Dazon. And I'm really looking to plant my roots in Fullerton. I've been repeating this over the course of the years. And every council meeting, every 2 weeks, you know there's a housing crisis. I'm here to ask you to lower the fees to zero for the first year. If in the future you want to revisit this and tack on fees, if you see that there is a boom in housing development through the ADUs, revisit it in the future. But right now we don't know. It's so uncertain. And we have such a great need and a market demand for housing here in Fullerton that I really believe ADUs will become one of the solutions, a solution and not a Band-Aid for housing everyone, including senior citizens, those with disabilities, my generation especially. I mean, I don't know how many millennials are out there right now working their butts off, but we're working harder than any generation. And we still are not seeing the benefits of our labor. And I'm asking for your help to lower the fees because this is something I want to pursue. And if I am able to, I would show people how easy it is to do, to provide a housing solution, especially to your family. This is not about, profiting off of an apartment. Homeowners are not building apartments just so any person can apply and you live there. This is really personal. The homeowner is usually going to be living like right next to them. And whether it's attached or detached, there's going to be personal relationships between that homeowner and the person living in that ADU. So I implore you to understand that for the first year, imposing a fee on the ADUs is just going to exacerbate the problem. You're going to steer people towards very small garage conversions rather than incentivizing new businesses to look at Fullerton as an attractive place to bring prefabricated homes that are much more sustainable, that can include things like a Tesla Powerwall. There's companies based out of Orange County that are really looking at sustainable solutions with ADUs, and you need to be leaders on this. Please let this be a zero fee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samantha. I completely agree. The lower the fees, the better, especially because when those fees are applied, they get pushed on to the tenants, and for obvious reasons, to make their money back or to make profit or some way or another. So lower the fees, the better. If not, I actually see this as a really good thing that we're doing. And also, if we can get control on how much these granny flats are going to be going for, because if they're not controlled, and it's just going to be like another apartment, another room rental that's, over $600, over $1,000, and we don't need more of that. We have plenty of space. We need control over the spaces. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, again, my name is Curtis Gamble, activist, behalf of the homeless. residents. The ADU units, I'm happy that you guys are doing this. This is excellent. It's 100%. I would like to see it completely zero for the larger units over 500 square feet also. But if not, I'm happy with 400 with under 499 with 499 square feet being free, zero. I'm happy with that. But let me see. Also, this will give the homeowners the opportunity to earn extra money. These units would rent out for probably anywhere from zero to let's say 1,000, 1,500. So it's a great opportunity, 100%. It's an opportunity for the housing of homeless, for older seniors who need someone there. Not necessarily, it's not about the money, but it'll give someone an opportunity to live there rent-free if they perhaps want to. So I think it's an excellent idea. I love it, 100%. Also, I would like to see, when it comes down to ADU units, I don't know if it's possible, but if we could establish some in a parking lot, some of the city's parking lots are for the homeless or low income. Also, I'm impressed that I heard at one of the meetings the other day, yesterday as a matter of fact, with the city manager Dahmer, that the parking lot OCTA may perhaps be interested in allowing safe parking over at the parking lot.
Can we stick to the ADU
yes.
topic, please?
Yes. So I'm just happy to see the progress that we're making to assist. And I think, as the young man before me had said, basically that this would create a great opportunity for many people. And I would like to continue to see you do things like this. Again, you know that we have a problem with the homeless, and the ADUs would help out. Not necessarily that they are for the homeless, but I just want to make sure that I put homeless in this to recognize that it will benefit them also, because I don't want them to get left out. And I'm just talking to make sure that it's included. And again, this is a great opportunity. I got 17 more seconds. And I just want to, again, go over this, that it's important to give people an opportunity, because everything is so expensive, to have an extra income. And that's what these units do. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Randy Smith, resident here for 18, 19 years now. And just as a little corrective factor with regards to the Huntington Beach, if I have a website shot that actually their fees are only $3,183 for ADU. Those fees are actually for another category in another column. So it would actually bring down your average considerably in terms of what you're doing comparisons against. Anyway, there's actually a trend, I think, as well for fees going away. Mr. Zahra made comment about, why are there no fees for Anaheim on ADUs? And there's more cities and more cities that are going away, even going beyond Orange County and the review here in the North Orange County area. Riverside and numerous others are getting rid of them to help encourage ADUs. So I just want to encourage the same in that regard. If you could do that as to have them just go away completely, it would be a great encouragement to the city as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no more public comment, we'll bring it back to council.
Sure, I'd be happy to start. We, over and over again, when we were in Sacramento the past 2 days, we talked about housing and homelessness, and in the governor's inaugural address, he spoke to the fact that in this state we're 3.5 million housing units shy of what we need to have in this state, and our solutions have to be creative. And ADUs are, I think, an integral part of that. There's no silver bullet to solving the housing crisis, but the ability for property owners who have already paid park dwelling fees when those properties were built, and now who want to add on to house an aging family member or what have you, I think is really important. And I would follow the example of the other cities like Anaheim and Brea, Costa Mesa and Cypress, and others who have a zero fee for ADUs. And I would like to make that motion tonight.
Thank you.
Yep.
Pizarro?
Yeah. So, I think considering the housing crisis that we have, and the understanding of that these ADUs are not going to be huge dwellings, and I'm not sure how much impact an individual or two would have on our parks, and I would be in favor also of a zero dwelling fee, just like the other cities. And I would like to second Council Member Mayor Pro Tem Fitzgerald's motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Flory?
Well, I considered this and looked at it, and when new people move onto a property, there is necessarily increased use of parks and recreation facilities, community center, libraries, etc. This recommendation represented almost a 75% decrease because the city had been charging $12,000 for parks and rec fees for ADUs. So I actually did support this because if the ADU in question was less than 500 square feet, there was no fee at all. So I thought this was a very moderate recommendation, and I supported it. However, if the consensus of the council is to go the other way and charge nothing at all, I would ask that be done for 1 year, and then we come back in a year and assess where we are with respect to that. So I would amend the motion to make it good for a year.
Actually, the way the resolution reads is only through this fiscal year right now.
Oh, all right, then I'll support the resolution then.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker.
I had a question for staff involving the fiscal impact here, just to make sure that I'm clear on where this number is coming from. Could you please explain that? It's $84,000.
Yes, Councilmember Whitaker. I believe that based on the 84,000 would be approximately, comes out to about 6 or 7 dwelling units. That's what I'm guessing that they probably got from records.
And that was our activity last year or the year before?
That might have been for the prior year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, and I'm certainly in favor of going to zero as well on this. So, and particularly for 1 year, it would be a good test to see what happens in that year.
Thank you. I was like Ms. Floria, like what was presented to us, especially with the zero charge for units under 500. But if we want to go to zero, I would support that for 1 year, because I've heard many residents here on council and out on the city asking about, do we have a maintenance fee for our parks? Do we upgrade them? And so this would be a way to still be able to maintain our parks and add to them without overburdening these ADUs. And yeah, we did reduce it by about 8,000. So if it's the will of the council, I would say let's go with zero for 1 year or for this fiscal year, and then we can revisit it during the budget and see if we want to continue it or increase it. So,
and Mr. Mayor, with the city attorney's direction, we could amend the resolution that is before you to just say the subsection 3, the park dwelling fee for accessory dwelling units for fiscal year 2018-19 shall be $0 per dwelling unit. We can keep number 4. We can keep it as easy as that. And just to confirm, the fiscal impact was based on the amount of ADUs from last year, and then that 75% reduction.
Okay.
And so now you would just add that amount and $3,000 onto it. It's probably around $200,000 to $250,000 reduction to the park dwelling fee. And for next year, this will be part through the budget process, our fee resolution, and so it will be looked at that point as well for the next fiscal year.
Okay, perfect. So do we have to amend?
That's correct.
All right, so we would have to just, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Zara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, item number 2. And who is leading that one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was a council member requested item, so I will turn it over to the chief requester, Council Member Zara.
Yeah. Is there public comment on this one, though, first? Or okay. Well, this is a... I requested to adopt a resolution to fly the pride flag from Harvey Milk Day, April 22nd, and through the month of Pride. This is something, of course, very important to me personally, and I know to many in our community and throughout Orange County. We would be the third city in Orange County to do so after Santa Ana and Anaheim, and I hope we can show leadership on this as well. I'd like to mention a few things. The LGBT community has struggled throughout the years. It has been one of the communities that have been most harassed and discriminated against. We have not achieved full equality yet. We have not achieved full acceptance in communities yet. There are statistics to prove that. We have the highest rate of teen suicide is among LGBTQ youth. The highest rate of suicide in adults is among transgender people. We also have 30 to 40% of homeless youth are LGBT. And so it is important, in my opinion, to show our community at large that we are a city that welcomes all, but a city also that acknowledges all communities and the issues that people are struggling with. I believe that I know this is symbolic. It won't hurt anyone, but it will help a lot of people. And this is a way to show that our city acknowledges every community and that no one is left behind. So I'd like to hear public comments, but I would urge the council to vote yes on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? All right. We'll take it out to public comments.
Good evening. My name is Eric Barlow, and I'd just like to start by first saying that I'm not a member of the LGBTQ community, and I'm also not going to list off friends and family and people I know that are, because frankly I think that's irrelevant. Every member of the LGBTQ community is someone's son or daughter, their brother or sister, their mother, their father, or their friend. Everyone that lives in or visits Fullerton is a neighbor, a resident, a citizen, or most fundamentally of all, a human being. And as such, it is just right and necessary to acknowledge and celebrate their history and inclusion, their value and validity, their dignity, and their place in our community. Do the right thing, because whether you do or do not do the right thing, this community will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Council. Kitty Jaramillo, District 4. Short and sweet. I feel bad about Rancho La Paz. That's sad. Anyway, I just want to say a few words regarding Pride Month. I totally support this and would like to see you guys pass that. It will show that Fullerton really cares about equal representation for all. And wouldn't it be nice for Fullerton to be known for this wonderful step forward rather than negative things that have unfortunately have happened to Fullerton within the last 15 years. I look at it like it'll be a star for Fullerton to take this step, being the third city, and we're kind of a small city. I think it would be great. So I hope you guys pass it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm so happy that this action came to council tonight. I wish that maybe 10 years ago we would have had something like this because, as you know, I went to Troy High School. I had a friend named Andrew Marazzi who was gay, and he didn't make it to today. And I know that even if you believe this to be a symbolic action, it's actually a very powerful one. When young LGBTQ people, especially queer and trans youth of color, see the pride flag in a space for the first time, they know that they're loved. They know that we're loved and we're accepted, and that we're making strides to become a more inclusive society for all. And I remember the day that gay marriage was legalized by the California Supreme Court. And I was so happy nothing could stop me from being who I was. I put a pride flag, on the back of my car and went about my daily errands, picking up my sister, going to the store. And I remember still that there were residents here in Fullerton who stepped out of their cars to rap on my window and try to scare me and threaten me. And I still remember 2-3 years ago, on June 12, 2016, 49 members, Latino LGBTQ men just like me, were murdered in Orlando, Florida. And I asked to close the Parks and Recreation Commission meeting in their memory. And we're still seeing the impacts of abuse, of oppression, of just threats against our safety today. And so whether you believe this to be a symbolic action, just know that for someone like me, it's not symbolic at all. It's very powerful. And I hope that you vote to approve with a unanimous majority to approve the pride flag to be waved in front of City Hall in June. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Silva and City Council members. My name is Laura Cantor. I am the Director of Policy, Advocacy, and Youth Services at the LGBT Center in Orange County. We're located in Santa Ana. I wanted to provide you first with some data. This is from a study from Chapman University that highlights some of the overwhelming disparities across the entire spectrum of health-related indicators for over 15,000 LGBT-identified students in Orange County. That includes impacts on attendance, safety, bullying, alcohol and drug use, mental health, and also protective factors such as in school engagement and feeling connected to school. It should alarm us all, for example, that 45.8 to 49.2% of these LGBT students in this study from Orange County compared to 13.5% of non-LGBT youth seriously considered suicide within the last year of the study's implementation. So I hope you will take a look at that. I wanted to just say quickly something about the rainbow flag, which was designed in 1977 by Gilbert Baker and 30 volunteers in the attic of a LGBT center in San Francisco. It had 8 stripes originally. that first flag was the one that Harvey Milk would have known. And unfortunately, only for a few short months before he and the mayor of San Francisco, George Moscone, were assassinated in November of 1978. That was just following the passage of the Briggs Initiative. And it was Senator John Briggs from the city of Fullerton who introduced Proposition 6, the Briggs Initiative, which tried to put a ban on school teachers and school workers engaged in advocating, soliciting, imposing, encouraging, or promoting of private or public homosexual acts from being employed as teachers. His comment, Briggs' comment at the time, was that everybody knows that homosexuals are child molesters, not all of them, but most of them. I mean, that's why they're in the teaching profession. Sadly, this is not much different than what we are hearing in our school board meetings across the county right now, which is part of an effort that is coordinated at the federal level to prevent LGBTQ youth from being recognized and supported for who they are in our schools. It is a big problem. It is a crisis. It is helpful to know that John Briggs' attitudes. I hope I have enough time. Can I have extra 30 seconds?
A couple of seconds.
Thank you.
But, yeah.
That this legislation obviously would be considered outrageous and bigoted, and hopefully these attitudes that are being currently demonstrated across the county will also be considered in the same light. Hopefully before another child has to kill themselves or is murdered. The opportunity now is for the city of Fullerton to right the wrongs of history. By raising the flag. And to be honest, we need more than raising a flag. This is a good first step, an important statement that serves to remind everybody that LGBTQ people are your family, your friends, your neighbors, and your council members.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Linda May, and I have worked 3 different jobs in Fullerton, although I'm not a resident of Fullerton. I had not planned to speak tonight, so this will be a fairly brief comment, I think. I just want you to think about the hesitations you might be having about taking on what could be a negative backlash from your community for something that's supposedly symbolic. I want you to know that it's because of fear of what other people think that kept me and my mother from having a decent relationship for the 30 years that I was out and never talked to her about it. When I finally came out to her, she said, "Do we have to talk about it?" She was more worried about what other people thought than what I thought and how I felt. It was our relationship that was ruined. I didn't know for sure that my mom and dad loved me until I came out to them. And their reaction was, "What do you think, we're stupid?" I just want you to know that the rainbow flag, when I first came to California to work, and I was at Christopher Street West in West Hollywood, the first picture I took was of rainbow flag after rainbow flag after rainbow flag. The second picture I took was of a Taco Bell that says Happy Pride. That's what's known as acceptance. That's what's known as validation. And it's not just for me. It's for my mother and my father and other people's mothers and fathers who are struggling with their relatives and their loved ones who are gay. You need to tell them that gay is okay in Fullerton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Sabrina Hughes. I'm a prevention educator with the Sexual Assault Victim Services Unit through the Orange County nonprofit agency Waymakers. So I've been in my role for about 2.5 years, and I've even had the pleasure of supervising an undergrad internship program through Cal State Fullerton, where wonderful, passionate students came with me to co-facilitate important prevention education about healthy relationships, sexual assault, consent, as well as what we can do to change this culture of violence and harassment that we currently have. And one of the most vital components of changing this culture is inclusion. Too many LGBTQ youth are at risk of violence and harassment more so than their peers due to things like intolerance, disrespect, social isolation, and lack of support from their institutions. That is why I'm here in support of Councilmember Zara's request that the pride flag be flown in June in honor of Pride Month. According to the California Healthy Kids Survey, which is on the flyer that Laura handed out to you all, LGB youth are more likely to have sexual jokes, comments, or gestures directed at them while attending school. 53% of them reported these types of comments, in fact, compared to 26.9% of their non-LGB peers. 52.6% of transgender youth in Orange County reported that they were the target of sexual jokes, comments, or gestures, compared to 28.1% of non-transgender students. While this is horrifying, as we've heard, due to our history and our current climate, it's not surprising. I know from my work in sexual assault prevention that LGBTQ plus youth on a national level are more likely to experience sexual harassment, assault, dating violence, and other forms of violence. Until we affirm LGBTQ youth and denounce their exclusion from our systems and institutions, including our government, we cannot end abuse and harassment. Flying a rainbow flag is a simple gesture, but as we've heard tonight, it's not going to solve everything. It's not going to solve those statistics and those facts and figures, but it is an important start and an important symbol. That is why I urge you all to make the city of Fullerton the leaders of inclusion in Orange County and be on the right side of history and to fly the pride flag this June. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Debbie Langenbacher, and I'm here on behalf of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation in Fullerton. I am the co-chair of the Social Action and Social Justice Committee. And in our congregation, we went through a process a few years ago to become a welcoming community, meaning that we would, freely welcome anybody who was gay or lesbian, transgender, into our congregation. We would welcome them with open arms. Since then, we've had some same-sex marriages that have taken place at our church. And I think I can speak for my Social Action Committee and for many in our congregation that we would support the flying of the pride flag during the month of June. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. My quick question is really quick. I just wondered how you're coming along with the protocol. I worry about somebody getting hurt, and that's why I was hoping that a protocol will be in place when the flag goes up. I am for it because it says a lot. So, but I also worry about protocol. Thank you.
Thank you. Bernard, you can close. You can be the last one again if you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Jeff Koskela, Fullerton resident. I don't have the legal acumen to make this consideration, perhaps, but one thing that does concern me, you have to live under a rock not to see the harassment, the marginalization that's gone on with the LGBT community, and to the point of murder and suicide, of course. And that's, to say it's regrettable is not to say very much at all. What would concern me, though, we have a state flag, we have a federal flag, U.S. flag. If some group were to come forward, I guess when I get back to my legal acumen, backing up a minute, and that's maybe not, we don't really want to make representation to. If this needs to be crafted in such a way that some group that maybe we don't really want to support, but people that have funds, there's a lot of oddball people that have support and funds to do things and come to the city and say, well, you did this and you did that and you came up with a precedent. Can you do this for us? And I don't want to see the city dragged into something where by doing this gesture, it, with all positive intent, could create a problem somewhere down the road. So I just want that to be a consideration. Whether I'm qualified to address that question, I don't know, but I've seen these kind of things open up a Pandora's box in other areas, and it's just a concern that I might have for the city. So just want some thought given to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kurt Johnston. I would also like to talk about the protocol of how a flag is displayed. one of the flags I noticed that was displayed that brings support for a certain group of people is the police department. They have a flag that they have. It represents a cause where they put their life on the line. And I noticed when they displayed their flag, they displayed them around the police department, and it was a display of solidarity for that group, and it was a positive thing. But to some people, the American flag represents service to country. To fly both of those flags together over the city hall would maybe cause some dissension, because the flag means different things to different people. So I think maybe the display of the flag, it's important. The protocol of how to display the flag and where is an important thing to consider.
Thank you. Is anyone else wishing to speak on this matter? If not, it'll be Curtis and then Bernard. We'll close it out. All right, thank you.
Curtis Gamble, activist, homeless, residents, city council. Mayor and city council. I'm for the LGBTQ, flying the flag. And I know it's very important to Councilman Czar. So I'm going to say a lot of positive things. You know, my grandmother was always say, if you don't have anything positive to say, don't say nothing. Well, okay, I'm going to say a lot of positive things. Just as much as that flag means to you, homelessness means that much to me. Military veteran, myself, we support the whole United States. You don't have to be like us. That's not why we fought for America, to be like us. We fought so that you could be who you are. And so I take great pride to have the flag flown. And as we become better friends, Councilman Czar, I hope you look at how important this is to you, your community. And when I come to this podium, that you look at my issues as just as important. And again, I want to say I support the LGBT community. How much time I got? 1 minute. I want to use up every minute. Because I want you to know, again, when I come here and I stand at this podium and I speak for my people, which are the homeless people, and you're speaking for your people right now, the LGBTQ, you don't have to understand everything about us to help us. So I hope tonight that everyone approves this for you, on behalf of your people, and then take into consideration when you walk out this building and help those people who are not LGBTQ but have the same feelings. Again, thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Bernard, and I have been living in Fullerton for a few months now. For the first time in 42 years, 42 on Thursday, I was asked where I was from last week, and I told the person for the first time I didn't say LA. I actually proudly said Fullerton. If the city of Fullerton can accept a weirdo like me, like flying the flag should be a non-issue. It should be flown. I believe in inclusion, not exclusion. We should build bridges, not walls. Let's fly the flag. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to council, and could we just, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Attorney, just address the protocol issue, just so we understand what we're doing, I guess?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council. From our research, what we have found is that there is, United States flag protocol and etiquette on how you display and how you display a United States flag and other flags on a single pole, on 3 poles. In our situation, we have a single pole. There's also, we do display the POW MIA flag, and then it can be the state flag, and then so there is, under the POW MIA, the protocol is to display the United States flag, the POW MIA, and then the state flag. However, unless in the state there is something that says differently. We have not found anything that says differently, but the state capitol does fly the United States flag, the California flag, and the POW MIA flag. So we would follow that, and on our single pole, if approved tonight, display the pride flag as the 4th in line.
And just if other groups come before us to want to display a flag, what is that protocol?
So that is, in working with the city attorney's office and looking at what other cities have done, that's part of the resolution is actually the creation of a flag policy, and the city attorney can go into it further, but we do believe that that flag policy affords the city council and the city protection in certain instances.
We've nearly crafted the policy. We've limited it to official city actions and not the reflection of third-party interests. And so as it's crafted, we believe that it gives as much protection as the city can possibly ask for regarding potential third-party requests.
So if some other group comes before us, we, without, I guess, getting into any litigation, could say yes or no, and that would
Correct.
be the end of that. No.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
There's no right established. It's a discretionary act of the council, and the council can decide if it reflects the sentiments and position of the community as a whole.
Thank you. Mr. Zara?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would like to add that the Pride flag is flown at our state capitol every Pride month, and in numerous cities around California and in other states as well. So so we wouldn't be setting any anything different than what they are doing in other cities. Also, the city of it is also the only non-nation flag recognized by the United Nations. If I may add, the cities of Anaheim and Santa Ana have not had any other group come forward with any attempts. I don't think other groups have flags as recognized as this one. So, I don't think I can add any more than what folks here came and passionately presented their stories. I mean, it is also my personal struggle as well throughout my life that I've felt discrimination, and so I would be extremely proud that the city I love would demonstrate love as well. So with this, I'd like to make the motion to adopt this resolution.
There's actually 2 resolutions.
Oh, to adopt both resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Flory?
Before I second the resolution, I kind of want you to know what my thought process was. When Ahmad first proposed this be placed on the agenda, I seconded that because I really didn't know what I thought about it. And I wanted to go, but I did want it to be a matter of discussion before this council. So I've been out in the community, and I've talked to, one evening I got together with a bunch of girlfriends, and the opinions were all over the place. And actually the opinions were so weighted so evenly that I came away not exactly knowing what I felt about it. My concern is that we all know that hate crimes are on the rise, as evidenced by the terrible massacre in New Zealand against Muslims praying in a mosque. Domestic violence against women continues to persist. Women are killed and mutilated every single day in this country by their partners, their spouses, etc. Our treatment of people of color in this country and Native Americans, the incidents of discrimination against those people abounds. One of the comments was that when the government displays flags, that's the government's way of speaking. And half of the room suggested that the government should only fly flags that pertain to government interests. The state, the federal government, the state government, POW. You know, listening this evening to the appeal of the people from Rancho La Paz Mobile Park told me that we need a whole lot more love in this country. We need a whole lot more of people looking after people. The statistics pertaining to LGBTQ people are horrifying. In my own family, I have a grandchild and relatives who, you know, we kind of think that they may be gay. We don't know for sure. But as a grandmother, as an aunt, I embrace those kids no matter who they are or how they grow up. It is not a life that people choose for themselves. I think it is genetically determined. And so to rail against people who are gender challenged is not productive, and we need to accept everyone and be inclusive. So for that reason, I am going to second Councilmember Ahmad's motion, both of the resolutions. Although I would ask you to consider that we do this for just 5 years, and I'll tell you why I'm thinking of that. That if the environment improves, then the day may come when it's not necessary for us to fly the pride flag. But to keep it there indefinitely, then when does it come down? Does it share the importance of the flag of the United States or the flag for the state of California? Just as one day I hope that our POW MIA flag is removed, I would hope that one day that the pride flag, it would no longer be necessary for us to fly that as well. So I would ask Councilmember Zara to consider putting a 5-year or a 10-year limit on it, but I will defer to your druthers in this respect.
Well, Councilmember Flory, thank you for seconding the motions. I'll tell you this: we may not be here 5 years from now, but LGBT
I think that's my point.
folks would be. When the issues are resolved, when there's true equality, then maybe we can consider that. But for now, I would say let's keep it going until we achieve that. Thank you.
Mr. Whitaker?
A concern that I have about utilizing the city government's flagpole for flags of various types, different groups, interest groups, the fact that that we would open up a policy for any interest, no matter what it is, virtually ensures that we're going to have a steady demand of other causes, many of them worthy causes. Offhand, something like American Indians comes to mind. And so since those causes are so numerous and couldn't possibly really be managed over time, that amount of demand, I have concerns about utilizing that flagpole out there for anything beyond the United States flag, the American flag. And I think it has been appropriate for the POW MIA flag and, of course, the flag of the state of California. We don't even have a Fullerton flag out there currently on that pole. But in our agenda, what really stuck out to me was this, the statement, the city's flagpoles are not intended to serve as a forum for free expression by the public. Rather, the city's flagpoles are to be used exclusively by the city, where the city council may display a commemorative flag as a form of government expression. The city will not display a commemorative flag based upon a request from a third party, nor will the city use its flagpoles to sponsor expression of a third party. So this is a form of government expression. And I think what's really troublesome to me is the fact that some of these symbolic issues are used as a weapon. They're fashioned into a weapon, and it generates the kind of polarization that we're seeing so much today from among different groups. I think it can actually antagonize and create disunity to some extent. And so that United States flag, which stands for unity, is something that I think should remain inviolate out there. There are equal rights. I really do support and appreciate equal rights among all people, and I believe we're there at this stage. Now, there are still, issues to be worked out over time. There's no doubt about it. But we're talking about a protected class here now as well, something beyond equal rights. And I think the right approach on this would be, and I'd be happy to be supportive of a proclamation of support for Pride Month. But my preference would be to keep that flagpole out there for its dedicated use to show government entities and to keep the city out of the government expression business, because it's certainly to be used, again, in partisan means back and forth to generate controversy and dissent. And the opposite of what Councilmember Flory is talking about, there isn't enough love out here. But what we're engaged in nowadays is people fashioning these issues as a weapon. And I think it's going to be very hard to avoid that aspect of this policy.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Fitzgerald.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody who came out tonight, and some of the stories that you tell are heart-wrenching, and I agree with you that any discrimination, any intolerance, any bullying, all of the struggles that many of you related are intolerable. And I agree that we need as a community to acknowledge that this is a safe place for everyone. And at the same time, we have to make a decision on whether or not we allow the display of commemorative flags at City Hall. And I am one who believes that the flags that fly at City Hall should represent the governments under whose jurisdiction we sit. And I would join Councilman Whitaker in suggesting an alternate proposal tonight to every year during Pride Month to issue a proclamation from this city honoring Pride Month and acknowledging that Fullerton is a safe place for everyone.
No, let's please. Thank you. I was trying to figure out, what when Mr. Zara brought it up, how do we go forward? And I do have a lot of, not a lot, I have numerous family members who are in the gay and lesbian community, and some dear friends from high school, and a few who succumbed to the AIDS. And so my heart goes out, and I understand the struggle. And I do want to include the pride flag. And one of the things that I'm trying to balance out is how do we do it, right? And on that note, I would like to display it on our flagpoles, but I would suggest that maybe this year we display it on our flagpole. But I want to see, moving forward, we look into putting up 2 more flagpoles, so that we could leave the center pole for our U.S. flag, California flag, and POWs, and then use the other flagpoles for other potential requests that we might have, that we might accept. And so it would be displayed, but I would like to see us, if possible, what would it take to put 2 other flagpoles on there, so if some request comes before us, we would have a place to put a commemorative flag, and still keep our flag, our U.S. flag, for lack of a better word, by itself with the California and the POWs. And one of the reasons I say that is because as I mentioned, I think before, November 17, 1997 is when I became a citizen, and I took an oath to the flag. And it's for that reason that my family came over here, for that flag, for the opportunities. It's for that reason I think that Mr. Zara came to this country, for those opportunities. It's for that reason that a lot of us are here advocating for what we believe in. And I want to respect those stars and stripes. So I would be I do want to display the flag, but I think moving forward, if we can get 2 other poles so that in case we get other requests, we have a place to put them and not on, below our Old Glory.
Why do we need 2 other poles?
It was suggested that for some reason, I think, was it Chief Dunn? You mentioned that we needed 3 poles. It's just for the. So somebody, when I was brought this up about adding a pole, someone said, I forgot who it was, said we need 3, so we need 1 and 2. Well, if it's 1 more, that's fine. But
Mr. Manager, I think generally what you see is either you see 1, 2, or 3 poles. Generally, you see 1 or 3, which represents the ability to put a commemorative, a POW, MIA, or a city flag up there. So at the county, I know that they do have a county flag, but we can research that during the budget process as the installation of 2 additional poles if directed.
Mr. Mayor, in Santa Ana, they've been flying 1 pole, flags on 1 pole, and that has not been an issue there. In fact, the issue of discussion in Anaheim was that they had multiple poles, and that became an issue there, which one flies higher. And I don't think we need to be getting into this. I think it's complicating things. It's adding cost to us. This is a simple matter that it's going to be once a year, and it is a gesture of love and expression of love from our city to our residents, that everyone is included. It really is a very simple matter.
No, and I agree with you. I think we should fly the flag. But for me, on a personal level, the respect and admiration I have for this flag that I came here, I do want to give it the utmost respect. And I think having it, a pole for itself and other commemorative flags would show that respect to that flag, to our Old Glory. Right. And I think we should fly, and I agree with you, because it does show the pride flag, that we're inclusive, that we're...
The mayor.
So
are you saying Santa Ana is disrespecting?
I'm saying this is my personal view, and I'm asking
because it also flies in our state capital also at the same time. I also came to this country, but I came for equality and I came for acceptance, and so this is a really important thing to many people that we show that we are a city that demonstrates, not just talks about in some meaningless paper, but demonstrate physically.
Yeah. No, and I agree with you.
Equality and love.
Yeah, no, we should fly it. But I'm just saying, for me, on a personal level, that's what Old Glory means to me. Whether I get the support or not, that's up to council. But that's just my own personal views. I do want to flag the pride flag. I think it's very important. It does show that we're inclusive. But again, if it's...
the city manager has come up with an inspired idea.
Yes.
During Pride Month, why not take the flag and hang it over the front entrance to City Hall and not hang it on a flagpole at all, but just rather put it in a very visible spot right over the front door of City Hall?
That also was a point that Anaheim grappled with, and it was just not a good solution.
It was not?
No, it was very disrespectful. I mean, again, it's marginalizing communities, even in the symbolism. No, I think this is a really simple matter, and I really hope we can just take it. Yeah.
Well, again, this is just a request I would have to look at it, but I'm not going to argue and fight. This is just my own personal request that we look at that, and if it's feasible, fine, and if not, and if it's the will of the council not to do it, then that's fine too. So again, I think we should fly the flag. It's very important to a lot of people. It's very important, like I said, to my family members. So. But anyway, so I would just suggest that this year we fly it on our flagpole, and if we are able to put another flagpole out there, we have the other flagpole for commemorative flags, and we can always have the poles at the same level, so no one's taller or shorter than the other.
I think the highest flag should be the U.S. flag. It can't. It has to fly above all other flags.
All right, fair enough.
Nonetheless, Mr. Mayor, my substitute motion for a proclamation in lieu of what's being decided, I did intend that as a formal motion.
Okay. And then Ms. Fitzgerald, you second. All right. So then, all right then. So I would.
Mr. Mayor, there's a motion for the original, the adoption of both resolutions, and seconded by Council Member Flory. May we take a vote on that, please?
I think we.
No,
the substitute motion
motion
would go
takes
first.
precedent.
Right.
So that's, yeah. So,
Succeeds or not.
And I would just point out that there are other cities that feel like we do, that acknowledgement and that safe place is important, and have issued proclamations annually rather than fly the flag, like the city of Garden Grove.
thank you. All right, so there's been we'll take a vote on the substitute motion to.
For a proclamation in lieu of the flag of taking its place on the pole with the American flag, that the council would issue a proclamation of support for Pride Month, and of course that would be unanimous if we did so.
Well, again, the effect of the motion, if it succeeds, would then to bring the item back with a formal resolution to adopt such a proclamation.
Right.
All right, so we'll take a vote on the yes.
May I make a substitute motion to the substitute motion?
You could, and then we'll.
No, that's out of order for
Then?
Robert's rules.
Mr.
No,
Mayor,
we don't.
Mr. City Attorney.
I asked if I could. If I can't, then I withdraw.
He has the ability, if he wants to make another substitute motion, if he can get a second.
All right. I'd like to make another substitute motion to adopt the current resolutions, both of them in addition to a proclamation as well.
Now, Mr. City Attorney, where does this end? Because we could play leapfrog for a while, right?
He has to get a second first.
Okay.
Okay, is there a second on that?
So the motion dies. We're back to Mr. Whitaker's motion.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Whitaker's motion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No. All right, so now we're back to the original motion to accept the two resolutions as presented on our agenda. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
All right, it passes 3-2. Thank you. All right. We move to item number 3, the Orange County Housing Finance Trust Joint Powers Authority Agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is an item to approve the Orange County Housing Finance Trust Joint Powers Authority Agreement and authorize the mayor or designee to sign and execute the agreement. Also to receive and file the draft bylaws, which are subject to formal adoption by the Orange County Housing Trust Board of Directors following the creation through the execution of the Orange County Housing Finance Trust Joint Powers Agreement by the County of Orange and participating cities. The County of Orange on Tuesday did approve the JPA. Now the cities are starting to take it up. I do believe that that we would be one of the first cities to actually go ahead and do that. The JPA is basically designed based on the passage of Assembly Bill 448 to help the cities in Orange County finance affordable housing development. And I do know that Council Mayor Pro Tem Fitzgerald was instrumental in its passage and development, and turn it over to her for any further.
Thank you. As you know, Association of California Cities, Orange County, sponsored AB 448, which was authored by Assemblyman Tom Daly and Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk Silva, co-authored in the Senate by Senators John Morlock, Pat Bates, and Janet Nguyen. We received co-sponsorship from the County of Orange on that bill. It passed unanimously from both houses of the legislature, and the governor signed it into law last September. That put us to work again, a working group of city council members, myself, Barbara Del Glaze from the city of Huntington Beach, Wendy Bucknam from the city of Mission Viejo, Fred Whitaker from the city of Orange, partnered with city managers from Huntington Beach, La Palma, and Laguna Niguel. And we, along with the county CEO and his housing staff and Supervisor Andrew Doe, worked for the next 3 months to figure out what would this Joint Powers Authority look like, what would we propose as bylaws, what would the governing body look like, and then we set the county legal counsel to drafting the JPA document. And so that's what you see before you today. We didn't agree on everything, and so there was compromise and give and take among the working group. But I'm really proud of the document that you see before you. Let's see, the Board of Supervisors last Tuesday unanimously approved joining this JPA. They're the first member of it. If we vote to join it tonight, we'll be the first city in Orange County to do so, and I am optimistic that the other 33 cities will follow our lead. This is a really important step. Again, there's no silver bullet to solving homelessness or the housing crisis, but this gives us one more tool in our toolbox to be able to fully fund quality, affordable housing developments, and most importantly, 2,700 units of permanent supportive housing here in Orange County to help solve homelessness. And what this does is, and I want to take you back to a couple specific modifications that cities requested. Cities requested that the JPA document itself eliminate the ability of this JPA to issue new debt. And it also, which the original legislation would allow. It also said that any staff that is hired to staff this Joint Powers Authority would be contract staff as opposed to public employees who would be PERSable with their, that would be entitled to a PERSable retirement system. So the county acquiesced to those city concerns, and that's in this document. This document also lays out a board of directors for this JPA that includes 5 representatives of city members and 4 representatives of the county. The county knows how important it is to start this finance trust as soon as possible, so they have basically loaned us county staff to get this JPA up and running. And they are hoping to provide the initial seed money for this Joint Powers Authority. They have $60 million in Mental Health Services Act funds that Cal HFA is holding for them right now. And we're hopeful that some of that money will be used to fund projects that qualify for MHSA funding. So a lot of us have worked really hard to get to this point, and I'm grateful for the partnership with the county. And I really hope that my council colleagues will join me in unanimously supporting our joining of this JPA. And I note that our supervisor, Doug Chafee, is here, who's also been a big proponent of this. And I wonder, Mr. Mayor, if we couldn't open it up to the public by inviting the supervisor up to speak.
Perfect. All right. So we'll open up to the public, and Supervisor Chafee, we'll move you to the front of the line.
A long one.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Doug Chafee, Fullerton resident, and your 4th District Supervisor, which includes Fullerton. It's a very different perspective sitting with your back to the wall and the far seating back there. Rather than sitting up here. You should try it sometime. I'd like to thank all of you for selecting Jan Flory to serve as your interim council person. I know a few people who love Fullerton more than she does, and she brings her experience with that. And I commend all of you for your wisdom in choosing her. This is a very important step. Councilmember Fitzgerald has outlined most of the terms. I'd reiterate. This is intended to benefit the cities. There are 34 in the county, and the structure is such that the majority of the board will be city members. There is really no risk here. You maintain your local control. No project can go in a city jurisdiction without the blessing of that city. The cost for the first year at least is going to be taken on by the county. I know the county's already recruiting some staff to start this up. And that includes legal costs if there are any. So I cannot project beyond the first year. I was pleased to see Councilmember Zara and Fitzgerald in Sacramento each of the last 2 days.
We were, as a county, kind of going up there to reiterate our priorities with the Assembly and Senate, and that especially included funding for this enterprise that we're talking about. How well the meetings go? Well, two of the Assembly people we met with said, "You're not asking for enough money. Ask for more for this." This county is number one in the state in terms of advancing the trust concept. We're ready to go. We've identified about 1,000 places, 1,000 units of the affordable housing with wraparound services. We want to get the money as soon as we can, and we're asking that the trust to be the vehicle for the county. Now, this contrasts with some of the other places, like Los Angeles, big city, kind of dominates. We have 34 cities. We need one voice, and this is what this is intended to be. Now, some cities may choose not to join. That's too bad, as we need a conversation with all of them to get this done as it should be. I would point out that the first thing here is where you are. You are the first city that has a chance to adopt this. You're going to set an example, and Fullerton should be first. So thank you for your consideration this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public members wishing to speak on the matter? All right, seeing none, I will bring it back.
Here's one.
Oh, yes. Oh, sorry. Come on up, Deb.
Thank you. I certainly am in support of permanent supportive housing. We know that that is the best way that we can alleviate homelessness. If you look at the study by Dr. Snow at UCI and United Way that came out about 1.5 years ago, and permanent supportive housing came out as the most cost-effective way for helping individuals who are homeless. What we find with the current situation, with things like emergency shelters, relying on police force, and emergency room costs, it costs twice as much to support an individual who is homeless in Orange County than it would cost to keep them in permanent supportive housing with all of the supports and services such as mental health, health care, and other types of training that may be helpful for individuals who can benefit from this service. So I strongly encourage Fullerton to be number one in the cities for supporting this. And I hope that we can move quickly in providing permanent supportive housing for those individuals who are homeless within our community. So thank you for moving forward on this.
Thank you. All
And
right.
Mr. Mayor, if I may too, Supervisor Chafee brought up a couple really important points that I want to reiterate. If you are tempted to ask why do we need this, the why is the leverage and the unity that Supervisor Chafee spoke of. As he said, the city of LA is huge and powerful, but any one of our cities on its own is not huge and powerful. So the unified voice of 34 cities and the county going to Sacramento to not only request our fair share, but prove that we're ready to accept and use our fair share of housing funds is really important. And there, in the housing bond that was passed last November, there's specific money for housing trusts that not many people in this state will qualify for, but now we will. So this is really intended to be to fund the funding gap that exists in affordable housing projects. And as Supervisor Chafee said, cities and developers and nonprofits would have to go to the Housing Trust together to request this gap financing. We specifically, as cities, didn't want the Housing Trust to be awarding money to projects that didn't necessarily already have city support for where they would be sited. So that's in there as well.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to council. Zara?
Yeah, I mean, I had a good opportunity to look into this in depth, and for me, I think we need to start prioritizing homelessness solutions and I believe this is something that is very important to take leadership on, and I would be very happy to support this. And and I'd like you to make the motion.
Thanks. I would move both items, that we approve the Orange County Housing Finance Trust and that we would receive and file the draft bylaws.
And I would like to second that.
Okay. Ms. Flory?
Thanks for that.
Yeah. The city of Anaheim is included in the North SPA, meaning the North Service Planning Area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because I've noticed references to the city of Anaheim that looks like it's being treated differently in some respects.
Well, it's so much, I mean, Mr. City Manager, maybe you can address this. It's so much bigger than any one of our cities that that all of the rest of our cities kind of combined have also come together.
Right. Well,
Mr. City Manager, I don't know if that's an accurate explanation. But
Well, Anaheim is within the North Service Planning Area with 12 other cities to include us. And so on the MOU that is coming before you in a couple more items, they are part of that, but they're not funding we'll talk about it then, but they're a unique part because they can do a lot of things on their own given their potential and their resources.
Well, and wasn't the thought that they didn't want all the rest of us in the North Service Planning Area to depend on what that one city was doing?
Correct. Though there is reciprocity between anything that we develop as far as beds, yes.
Right.
What I'm getting at is the composition of the board.
Yes.
Of the JPA, and it says that there will be one city council member for the city member with the greatest population in the North SPA, in the Central SPA, and in the South SPA. Yep. So that means that Anaheim will always be the one-member city in the North SPA. Well, the problem with it, to my lights, is this, is that there will be 2 additional city council members who are selected from member cities which are not already represented on the board. But the idea is that one of those cities will be for medium-sized city, 60 to 95,000, which Fullerton does not qualify to be.
If I could,
I
apologize to interrupt. I believe that's unfortunately, the way this was going, there was a change in the bylaws. So the draft bylaws actually remove that sizing criteria.
They do.
Yeah. So, which is beneficial to Fullerton and other cities.
Well, that was my concern. We're going to be partners in a JPA that we will never be able to be represented on the board. So if that is no longer included in the bylaws, then I can support this.
Yes, and that was going to be one of my discussions was how do we, Fullerton, get a seat at the table? It seemed like we weren't going to be able to. So,
yeah. And I do apologize for that. That's on page 5 of the draft bylaws. And essentially what's going to go forward is the additional city council members will be selected through the city selection committee. It's a one city, one vote type process. It's
city
the
selections
county,
run by the county.
Yeah.
Right. County clerk.
Mr. Whitaker or Mr. Flory, are you done?
Mr. Flory.
Miss Flory, yes. It's getting late, and
yes, I'm not sure who to address the question to, but on our agenda report, it says there's no fiscal impact related to this item. So I guess I need clarification on that because on page 8, under C, item 1, administrative cost contributions, it talks about the first year the county is covering costs, administrative costs. But then it says that following that, the parties agree that they shall make annual contributions toward the budgeted administrative costs of OCHFT in accordance with a cost allocation formula to be approved by the Board of Directors. By unanimous vote, the Board of Directors may waive a party's contribution toward OCHFT's administrative costs. A party's contribution to OCHFT's administrative costs shall be in the form of money unless the board approves another form of contribution such as services, personal property, or use of real or personal property or other in-kind contributions. So I'm just looking to understand what's going on there in terms of what our costs likely could be year to year.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, and on that, the goal is to actually fund staffing, and as Mayor Pro Tem talked about, it would be contract staffing through the proceeds of any of the funding, the grant funding, additional funding that goes into the trust. So as a fallback position, the cities always have the option to implement some funding at that point, but at that point it is an agreement that would have to come back to a council to actually deposit funds into the housing trust. But the goal is, so for the first year to get it going, and then for years beyond that, much like many things are done, funded through the financial transaction cost of the funding sources itself.
Yeah, and I would say you're right, Mr. Whitaker. Not everything's known right now. And for the first year, there is no cost. But the members will have to figure out together how to make this housing trust work in future years. So we made it very easy to become a member and very easy to get out of the organization. And it's going to take something like this, as Mr. Chafee said, something like this is a first in our state. Others are paying close attention. And as we were talking about ADUs earlier, we've got to be as creative as possible, in my opinion, to do anything we can to be part of the solution. And so there is an element of faith required here, and I hope the council's willing to take it.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could clarify, the city issue, removing the size of the cities, is within the JPA agreement itself. The draft bylaws will need to follow that. But again, right now, those are draft bylaws that will be approved by the eventual first board that is selected. So,
well, I would move to a substitute motion, which would be to support the recommendation on condition that the bylaws are brought into conformity with the joint exercise of powers agreement, because right now they are saying two different things. The board selection method is spelled out on page 5 of the joint powers agreement, and it removes the population restrictions, but the bylaws do not, and they are found on page 7 up at the top of the page. So those two things need to be reconciled, or this city will never have a seat at the table.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, and will consider that a friendly amendment to my motion.
Oh,
and
perfect.
To your second?
Yes, to my second as well.
All right. Mr. Whitaker?
Well, I'm not comfortable. I understand, the form of leverage this could provide us and a certain amount of protection. So I'm not completely opposed to this, but I'm always reluctant to approve something that's still a work in progress. So for me, I mean, if the council wants to move forward right now, that may be a deal breaker for me. But
all right, thank you. And on my part, one of the concerns that I was going to ask about Fullerton having a seat at the table, and so I'm glad we resolved that. And another thing that I would ask the supervisor to consider is that when this board of directors sets up and starts having meetings, that the meetings be after 3 o'clock or after 4 o'clock, when people who don't have flexible jobs can attend these meetings and go, And so I would ask our supervisor and the ACCOC to help with that. But I do like the fact that we're going forward with this, that we are being creative and trying to find solutions to our problems that we have, and having one voice from the county would definitely, I believe, help us. So I'm supporting this tonight. And with that said, any other comments before we take it? All right. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right. 4-1. Thank you. All right. Item number 4. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Click this
Can we take a
item
5-minute break before we do this?
Madam Clerk, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be right back.
Okay.
Thank you. Hi there. Can we begin to reconvene, please? Slate. Councilmember Flory and Azara. All right, very good. All right, we'll reconvene the meeting, and excuse me, Madam Clerk, you had the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. It's time for the annual review of the City Council Rules of Procedure and Decorum for City Council meetings. The Rules of Procedure establish guidelines for the conduct of City Council meetings and organization of the City Council meeting agendas. Currently, the mayor, the city manager, or 2 members of the City Council may place items on the agenda. The proposed resolution refines that practice by requiring the mayor or the 2 council members to submit the title summary and recommended action for the requested items. The mayor or the council members should submit a memo with this information to the city clerk by 4 o'clock on the Monday of the agenda production week and no later than noon on the Wednesday of the agenda production week. The draft resolution proposes moving the consent calendar early on the agenda as the item before public hearings and allowing the public to comment on consent calendar items during the public comment portion of the meeting. Only council members may pull an item from consent calendar. However, a member of the public may ask to pull an item from the consent calendar for further discussion with the support of 1 city council member. City council would consider any items pulled from the consent calendar at the end of the city council meeting. Section 15 in the proposed resolution has new language clarifying that council members should report on their participation on regional advisory boards as well as attendance at any functions that fall under the AB 1234 reporting requirements during council communications portion of the agenda. Staff requests that City Council review and discuss the proposed changes to the rules of procedure, and if there are no changes, you can vote to approve the draft resolution as is before you this evening. If you have any changes to the draft resolution, staff can prepare a new resolution incorporating your changes for additional consideration at a future meeting.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
I just I have something that I want to add in here. Many city councils do what I'm going to propose, and I think it's a good practice. I would suggest that that the council would have to specifically vote to continue a meeting after 10 o'clock at night, that no new item would start after 10. We have all been here today since 5 o'clock. Well, Councilman Zara and I got here late because we were coming from Sacramento, but normally we are all here at 5 o'clock, sometimes even 4 o'clock, and it just gets very difficult to process and determine what the best thing is to do the later at night that it gets. So I think we need to have a hard stop time at 10. And if there are things on the agenda that still left, that we, take a vote as to whether to continue that meeting or not. And Councilman Zara and I talked about the new requirement that to agendize an item, city council members would have to submit a written memo by Monday to the city manager, and I just think it's overkill. I agree that we need to make sure we don't misunderstand each other in what we're agendizing, but I would just request that the process simply be that when 2 council members agendize an item and it's not here at a council meeting, that the city manager needs to do the staff report per the direction, but confirm with those 2 council members the accuracy of that staff report before it's submitted. Does that pretty much explain what we talked about?
Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would like to also confirm that I think that is probably what would be a better practice, because we're not experts in writing reports like this, and also we have jobs and other things to do that would preclude us from having the time to do this. And I think this would would not be beneficial for our communities who are requesting us to add things on the agenda and on topics that could come up in the community, and it would be very difficult to do so. So I think, I would like to support Councilmember Fitzgerald's, Mayor Pro Tem Fitzgerald's suggestion. As for the 10 o'clock cutoff time, I don't know, maybe.
I think it's interesting. I mean, I know the Board of Supervisors, when they're going to have an item that they know will elicit a lot of public engagement, they'll set those like public hearings for a time certain to make sure that things that are most important, are of a timely nature, are drawing a lot of engagement, get handled that evening. So that might be a way for us as well to make sure that important items don't get pushed off.
Right. Also, on another thing, I noticed that to pull something from the consent calendar, now you're suggesting that a member of the public who wishes to do so would have to have the consent of one of the council members. And I think we're just sort of taking away the options for the public to have the ability to participate in government, and this is one obstacle for the public, and I would be opposed to that.
Except that I would just say that part of the change in the procedure allows the public to speak during public comment, not just on non-agenda items, but also on consent calendar items, so that they have and Mr. City Attorney, you're the attorney, not me, but the point is that the public needs to have the ability to comment on anything that's on our agenda, so that this change would preserve that.
Sure, but again, they're limited with time. I would love to support the fact that they could comment on anything, but if something is pulled, it presents. It is also a presentation, so there's more discussion, and it allows the staff to present this to in depth. Also, remember, you want to cut off time is at 10 o'clock. So if you're getting more people to do public comment on consent calendar items, this also will extend that time. So we're going to be missing out on a lot of things by 10 o'clock. I mean, today our public comment ended at like 8:30.
Consent calendar items are necessarily much more of a short thing. So maybe the cutoff, if the rest of the council supports that, the cutoff is 10 o'clock for beginning the discussion of new regular agenda items, with the exception of consent items, which will always be taken at the end. And that's only pulled consent items.
Yeah, and I would even suggest that we move that time to 11 o'clock, just because we do have to go meetings. But I do agree that if somebody wants to pull an item, I think if they come during public comments and request an item, one of us up here will request to pull it. So I don't think we're impeding the public's right to hear an item. And I think, if I understand correctly, the council is the only one that can amend an agenda, right? So when they're pulling an item, they're in essence amending the agenda, but technically they're not allowed. So I don't believe any one of us will, maybe I'm wrong, but I wouldn't. If someone came up and requested to pull an item, I would pull it for them, if that's the wish of the individual. I wouldn't, personally, I wouldn't say, no, we're not pulling that. Never mind. So,
OCWD actually does that routinely. In fact, I was very surprised to hear that their rules are that the members of the public cannot pull an item from the consent calendar. They can request it, and every single time there was never an instance when one of the directors did not ask that it be pulled, and I see that happening here.
Yeah, and I would agree with Councilmember Flory that maybe we do set a hard time of 11, but if it's a consent item, we finish that
Still
off.
hear it,
yes. But
I have concerns about setting a closing time for a meeting, because very often we get crowded agendas and we're up against certain deadlines, and some business needs to be conducted. I think the more proper way of dealing with that, if we have a meeting that has pulled out a number of speakers, especially public comments or whatever, that the chair control by sometimes limiting the amount of time that all those speakers might have. It's a way of shortening the meeting, but still allowing people. Some people travel a great distance to get here to a meeting, and if something has been agendized, it's their expectation that it's going to be discussed. And I've seen people sit through multi-hour meetings, and to have an arbitrary stop time for the council, I think, could be a real inconvenience, beyond an inconvenience for some people.
Let me, in my other cities that have this we'll call arbitrary timeline, it's not hard and fast in the sense the council themselves can override that decision. So it's not as if it's 10 o'clock, we all get up and walk out. It is a situation where the council believes there's still items to be discussed. They could override the policy during the meeting, by way of suggestion.
And it's my observation over the years that many times the agenda items that people come out most often to hear are often at the back of the agenda instead of the front, particularly when it comes to development projects. So we'll have a whole chamber full of people that are sitting there waiting till 10 or 11 o'clock for us to get here. And I think that our city manager and our city clerk can probably assess what are going to be the hot ticket items. And those should be at the beginning of our agenda, and there should be a special effort to do that.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, what we have started doing recently is the Monday at 4:15 prior to the what we call the packet week. So it's the Monday before the Tuesday of the meeting. We do sit to look at the agenda with the mayor and to determine that order. So at that point, we're trying to look at what are some of the areas or the items that are going to bring out more people, schedule them first, and then schedule accordingly back after that. One of the issues about moving the consent calendar up is in the past we've had some people who have sat here till 11 o'clock at night because of a simple parking permit issue or an exemption to parking that they wanted to speak on or they wanted just to make sure went through, and it was an item that was on the consent, was approved easily. So moving that agenda item up, also that relieves those staff members that are being paid overtime to be here, they can go home. So that was the one issue on that, but we can work through all of it on that.
Will you just remind me, I think you said this earlier, Ms. Flory, if a consent item is pulled, didn't you say we take that at the end? I don't remember in here what it said.
It says to take it at the end.
After regular
If
business.
something's pulled.
So that wouldn't, so you're saying if a staff member is here for a consent item, we just, and we get to pass most of the consent calendar at the beginning, they get to leave. And only the items that are pulled would then require staff to
Correct.
stay. See, it's after 10 o'clock, so I'm slow processing.
Right. And now, number 10 on the agenda, is that inconsistent or am I reading it incorrectly? And I do support Councilmember Fitzgerald's thing about not making this so formal with the title, summary, recommended action, et cetera, et cetera. When the mayor or any two members, okay, here, summary, to the city clerk by 4 p.m. on the Monday of the week prior to the city council meeting, when city council will consider the item. And then it goes, due to production timelines, posting, etc., city clerk will not include items received afternoon on the Wednesday prior to the meeting. Is that consistent? Or what do you mean?
Yeah, that's correct. So, and, we're not asking, or I'm not asking that any member who wants to put something on the agenda develop a staff report. What we're asking for is a title, a summary of the issue, and then what is the recommended action. And based on some of the discussion, more than happy to make sure that if that's not the case, then we get something back. The issue is really timing. We try to launch the agenda package by Wednesday. Sometimes we don't hit that. We try then for Thursday. So that's why there would be a hard deadline of Wednesday at noon, because, again, we're trying to get that out Wednesday afternoon and to make sure that that agenda item that is being requested by either the mayor or two members of council is correct and true to what you want. We need some time to word it accordingly, get the recommended actions, and then get the consensus of the two members who wanted it.
But it makes it sound like One deadline is 4 p.m. on the Monday before of the week prior to the city council, and then it sounds like you have a second deadline.
Well, the first Monday, or the first deadline is the pretty please. We'd like to have it by then, because that's when we meet with the mayor and the executive team to look at the order of the agenda. That second deadline, the Wednesday at noon, is that we need to have it by then.
Okay, and I have a question for our city attorney. All right, I had asked at city council a couple of weeks ago if there was any appetite for putting a discussion about fireworks on the agenda, and that fell flat on its face. But if I had not asked that at the city council meeting, then I would go to Bruce and I would ask Bruce, could he support that? He says, no, I think it's a terrible idea. Now, when I go to Jesus and Jennifer, is that a violation of the Brown Act?
The answer potentially is yes.
So then about the only way you can really legitimately avoid that is to do it at a city council meeting, correct?
That's
right. And that used to be the practice, and I think it's still a good practice because I can't imagine what items require a real late affixing to an agenda by two council members out of public view. It's so much better to agendize out here in public view.
I agree with that.
Right.
I think it should be done from the dais unless, you know, Jennifer and I have a discussion and say, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's see if we can get that on the agenda. Otherwise, it's a serial communication and it's a violation of the Brown Act.
And that's where the mayor comes into play in consultation with the city manager if there's something, outside of the norm.
Mr. Manager, the way this is worded here makes it seem like that all agendized items have to be through this method, even though the majority of them are up in the public during council meeting.
Just with regard to council member comments?
To agendizing items with the report and the deadlines and all of that's being discussed here.
Well, that's just for council member initiated items. There's a whole separate process for those items that are coming forward normally on an agenda.
Right. So, but the way this is written is making it so that all agendized items by any two council members would have to go through this process, as opposed to what is normally done, the majority of them are done during council sessions.
It's not the intent to cut that off. It's just to clarify, because it's widely known that at a council meeting, if one member says, "I'd like this," and somebody nods or says, "Yeah, I could support that," we carry that forward. We put that on the next agenda and we start working on it. This is for in between that time frame when it's not at a city council meeting.
But that is not clear here.
Okay.
And so, but either way, I think, having titles done and report, even as simple as it is, also may be there may be miscommunication even in that, because again, we are not experts in writing even headings or titles. That's your function. So I would still support Council Member Fitzgerald's idea of
correct, yeah,
having you verify with us.
Yeah, and the intent on the way it's worded right now is not to say, that's wrong, you can't do it. It's to work with you further to make sure it is right. And so either way, whichever way the council directs us to word this resolution, we can make it work.
Yeah.
The other question I have is, on this item, it says by 4 p.m. on Monday of the week prior to the city council meeting. Shouldn't it say the week of the city council meeting?
No, because that would have been yesterday,
Before,
and the agenda's already posted.
Right. See, it's after 10 o'clock. I'm proving my point.
And just on that note, I know that, I talked to the city manager about that quasi-deadline of Monday, 4 o'clock. But I think for me, I would like to see something in writing from either two council members who want to put an item on the agenda, after our meeting, and it doesn't have to have a title or something, but just something in writing, so at least our staff, our clerk and city manager, kind of know the direction, and it doesn't have to be as formal as a title summary, but what do we want, and then we go back and forth to put that on. And again, the 4 o'clock deadline, I wasn't too keen on that either, but I would like to have us have a policy of give the city manager and the clerk something in writing, as little, it can be just a couple of sentences. This is what I want on there. Let's work on it. Just so we have some record of what we're asking, and And I know it's not going to happen often, but so there's no confusion and we can bring the right item to the dais and to the agenda.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, one of the other reasons just is in case, I'm not around or another staff member's not around that could assist, there needs to be, and if the two council members want it on, there needs to be a basis for what it is. There needs to be a properly worded recommended action, a title that gives the intent of what it is, so we don't run into any Brown Act items or anything like that. So that's really the basis behind that and the time frame. Again, whatever the council direction is, we're more than happy to work with it. We want to make sure that the agenda, when it goes out, is proper, that we don't have any issues that arise from it. So whatever direction is given, we'll make sure and we'll labor to get it correct and get the intent of the two members, down on paper.
All right, so let's open it up to public comments, and then we'll bring it back.
Hi, I'm Diane Venna. I hadn't planned this other than what you just said. I like the way consent items are pulled now, because it seems like a waste of time then for someone to come up during public comments and say, I'd like it pulled, and then it's pulled later, and then you open it up to public comments. So that's just my point on that. And even though everyone can approve it, that doesn't mean you will, and you may have a different council. So I like it the way it is now. And I object to, just because you have a crowd, limiting the public comments time frame from like 3 minutes to 2 minutes to save time. Some people are really impassioned by what they need to say, and sometimes that's not long enough. So I'd like you to consider that, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Go ahead. No, you go.
Hi, Mayor, City Council. So my name's Angelina. I'm with the Daily Titan, and I'm here just reporting, so you guys might see me pretty often. I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm probably going to head out, but I really wanted an interview with Mr. Zara. So if I could just leave my business card with you, and if you could call me tomorrow, please, I'd really appreciate that. So
just hand it to the clerk, and we'll get it to you. We'll get it to Mr. Zara.
Thank you so much.
See, it's too late, isn't it? We should set a
He's got
hard
class tomorrow.
stop. That's a good point.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Mr. Gamble.
Mayor, City Council, Curtis Gamble, activist, homeless,
We know.
residents. I like, basically, I like the way things are already set up with you guys. I don't have any real big issues. To have a cutoff point of 10 o'clock, I disagree with that part. I think it should be done it should continue until everything is done, because when we come here to speak, we come because we care. Are we trying to help someone else? And it's an important issue to us, very important, that it get taken care of, not delayed in any way. But I do understand still, your intent of 10 o'clock. But we're not here as some type of party. This is serious business when we come here, and we want it taken care of. When we get up here to speak, we would like to have our full 3 minutes. As you notice, most of the time I talk for 3 minutes because I'm trying to get it all out. And we appreciate you guys for listening to us and taking the time. So don't, as far as I'm concerned, don't change anything except for, I guess, if you just feel that you need to. But we, as citizens, residents, we need this. This is our time, those 3 minutes. And we need each person to speak. So if it's 50 people, it's 100 people, so it be. And the reason I say that, because many nights you're here when you're doing your council meeting, and there's only 2 people here, me and my buddy Kurt. But so it balances out. You get a chance to go home early. You get a chance to go work on your other projects. And I'm not saying this to be mean, I know 10 o'clock is important because I feel your pain. But we are here, again, so important to us. And it's important that you talk to us and address it. So, the issues, so that we don't have to keep coming back. That's what kind of hurts a lot as far as your timing. We come back over and over and over to try to wear you down to get you to listen to us. And if you would just do this from the beginning, you could go home at 10 o'clock. 20 seconds. If you would, for example, Fitzgerald, if you would address homelessness, which we've been doing forever, and get these people off the street in a bed, like what Judge Carter is doing, we could go home early. I know, okay. 14 seconds, 13. We could go home early if you guys would just talk to me. You guys won't even talk to me most of the time. You run back in the office or whatever, and then I end up coming back here. That's it. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comments? All right. We'll bring it back. And
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah. Yes. Lost my place. Yes, Mr. Zara.
Again, I want to reiterate that I would be opposed to having a council member consent pulling of an item by the public. I think this is just redundancy. If we're going to do it anyway, then why are we having an extra, step here? Let people pull whatever they want to pull. I haven't seen it done often enough anyway. So I think this is just redundancy and extra bureaucracy. As for the agenda, again, I want to reiterate that this is, again, an extra step for redundancy in our procedures, and it will really take away the ability for council members to agendize important items that are in the benefit of the community that could come up outside of council sessions. And I think this is up to the staff, to our city manager and staff to verify with the council members what the intent is and to present it to them prior. So I would like to see this be a 4 o'clock cutoff time, or whatever the cutoff time is, by a report from these titles come from the manager to the two council members who are wishing to do this, as opposed to the other way around. Because, again, we would not be experts in crafting this, and we are now looking at even further complications, and I don't see any miscommunication that couldn't happen even with this. So I think the better practice would be if the city manager would actually take the time to verify and contact the council members, could be in writing, and make sure that it's all in order before the item is agendized.
Thank you. So moving with this, I would like, yes, I said I would like to see something in writing to our staff. It doesn't have to be as detailed as what we have here, but something just so the city manager can work on it and get back to the mayor or the two council members. I guess just an item that says, I want to put this on the council, and then we can start that process where he gets back to the council members or the mayor, and we start that. But I do agree with the hard deadline of noon on that Wednesday, because we do have to get that packet out and so on. And as far as the order, I would like to see the consent items move up, so if we are in agreement with them, we can get those out of the way and get staff and clear it. And I would like, since this decorum comes up every year, I would like to see how it works with having pulling items at the beginning of the consent calendar and then hearing them at the end of the regular business, and see how that works.
And I support that as well.
Yeah. And just giving it some more thought, I would rather see us continue the time as it is and not set a deadline, but maybe look at And we can do it now, right? We could, by vote of council, we can say we're going to stop the meeting, suspend it, and continue it on next week if we're going late into the night or early morning. So with that,
Mr. Mayor, before you make any motions, I'd like to just also make a point that the mayor is also included in this.
Yes.
And you actually have more items to place on the agenda, and often outside of council sessions. So it would, and you being a full-time teacher, I think it would be very complicated procedurally to start, having reports by you endlessly coming in and trying to get an agenda properly done.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can do this. I haven't placed a whole lot of items outside of the meeting. I think maybe one or two, and I try to sit with him and explain it to him. But I think if I wrote it down, that wouldn't be too much. So, again, if we just send them a quick email, I want unicorns to come and dance around
email,
here.
yes.
Just so that we have something on record. And then we can go with that process back and forth if we need to.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, council members did you say there was a timeline that would be provided, or that I would get something written back to you?
Yes, I mean, the timelines could still be there. I'm just saying the burden shouldn't be on us to come up with how this is worded. I mean, this is your function, your job.
Oh,
you're the expert in this. So if whether it's a phone call or an email or so on, it can't have this this extra formality. You should come with it to us and say, this is how I understood it. Is this correct? And then we could say yes or no. And this could be through, but when you put the word memo, I mean, what is memo? Is that email? Is it a formal letter? Are we typing something out? Are we printing it? Are we presenting it? It's just too broad.
Yeah. And I understand that. The intent was not to be too formal. It was to make sure that we get it right. And so understanding where you're going, what I would suggest.
And also with the mayor, I mean, you have more flexibility because you can sit, and that is your function, to be able to look at the agenda. And so you would have more flexibility in working with the city manager on all of these items, more so than individual council members can do that. So again, it's really about not complicating this process. If it is about just a lack of avoiding miscommunication, then I would like to throw that back at the city manager to provide us with the heading and the summary in order for us to approve it and say, yes, this is what we intended. Also, we need to stipulate here that this is any communication outside of council. It is not stipulated here, so you have to add that in there as well.
Yeah. One of the things I would suggest, Mr. Mayor, members of council, is, and this is on the red line, and it comes through the clean, so item 10 is to leave that first two sentences, delete starting when it says, when the mayor or any two members of the city council wish to address or add items to the agenda, they should submit blah, 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 blah. Delete all that. Leave in the final that talks about due to production timelines and posting requirements, the city clerk will not include items received after noon on the Wednesday prior to the meeting on the agenda. So that's a hard deadline that things should be. I'm absolutely willing to work with any council member to solidify something. The intent, again, is not to make a council member do a staff report, but it was to get, as best as possible, that initial recommended action. Okay, you want to do what? So I'm willing to make sure that we communicate, as long as the council knows that, that week before the agenda, when it's all coming together, is a very busy time. And so if, we can shoot for a Monday, and of course the hard deadline on Wednesday, perfectly happy by eliminating that middle area. We, of course, have a lot more flexibility at the meeting because I could ask questions like now saying, okay, so this is the recommended action, this is the item. Again, we were just trying to make sure that in those things that come outside the meeting, we had it correct. So with that deletion and just the inclusion of the hard deadline of Wednesday at noon, I'm perfectly happy with that and making sure that we work with the council members to get, what their intent is.
Yeah, a deadline would be fine. It's just, so I appreciate that compromise there. And then we would stipulate that this is all communication outside of a council session, so that there's no confusion there.
Yeah, so on that, due to production timelines and posting requirements, the city clerk will not include items received outside of a normal council meeting. Received afternoon. Yeah, afternoon on the Wednesday prior to the meeting on the agenda.
And just to clarify, by items you mean just titles to put on the agenda, not the actual staff report?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, just to reiterate, one of the things is that without a majority vote of the council, not a lot of staff work can go into an item. So the item that's going to go forward generally is to receive that direction, and more importantly, to receive the majority direction of the council to actually start doing the research or an action item. So that's why the staff report or anything really doesn't need to be too in-depth, but it just, again, has to explain what the item is and to be covered by the Brown Act.
Yeah, and that was my intent, not to have this formality, but just to have something to the city manager of what we want. It just could be a quick email or say, I want this item on there. But if you're comfortable, Mr. City Manager, with eliminating that, I was just trying to expedite and make sure we don't get cross-communication going with that. So I'm trying to alleviate that from you all, just to make sure you know what we want. It's documented, so there's no...
No, I appreciate that, and we can live with what we've just talked about here.
Okay.
I've got a couple of questions. One is for our city attorney. Section 14, addressing the city council and the speaker form cards shall contain an area for their speaker's name and contact info, subject or agenda item on which the speaker will address the council. It seems like we're bending backwards to make sure that a speaker knows that they don't have to give contact information and they're not required to provide identifying information on the speaker form. Is that because of case law in this area?
Yes. They do not have to give their name, their address, any information at all. All that is done for purpose of making the minutes accurate. But as a practical matter, under case law, they can get up here and speak and not identify themselves in any manner.
Mm-hmm. And you probably noticed from practice, we still have many speakers that don't even fill out a card. So when we guess how many speakers we have, you can probably tack on more when we announce that number.
Part of the challenge is we try to get accurate minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And so, interestingly enough, a lot of people come up and speak and review the minutes, and when their name is not spelled correctly or whatever, they get upset.
And
but
I butcher names.
If they don't fill out a card, our goal is to try and be accurate. But again, the case law indicates that they do not have an obligation to in any way identify themselves or provide an address.
And I'd like to respond to Ms. Venna's comments about her saying, sometimes the 3 minutes isn't even enough to address your concerns. And I get that because I used to be in the audience protesting a development or something like that. But the balance is this, that when there's 100 people in the chamber, all of those people want to speak, you have to balance the efficiency of getting on with the business, balance that against each person's right to come to the podium and speak. And the solutions to that are, one, if there's a group, then you appoint a speaker that's going to do a more full-fledged presentation. And I've seen the council accord a person, an applicant, for example, 10 minutes to speak, to address the council. If they're doing it, if they're speaking for a larger group, that's one avenue of doing it. The other is to chop that time into smaller increments so that everybody can get up. Mr. Gamble, to your point that if we had fixed the homeless problem, we could all go home at 10 o'clock. And you seem to be directing your comments to Ms. Fitzgerald. And you need to know that of all of us on the dais here, and I dare say in the audience as well, that the one person who has spent countless hours on the homeless issue is Jennifer Fitzgerald, both as a president for ACCOC and involved in this joint powers agreement and everything else. This is not waving a magic wand. This is hard, gritty work that takes a lot of time. There's a lot of moving pieces, as you know. And so, we muddle through as best we can. It's an intractable and growing problem. I just needed to get that off my chest. So I'll move the recommendation with the suggestions as accorded, and maybe it can come back to us in 2 weeks. Is that correct?
if I can get clarification, I believe that we can just make the changes now. In addition to the elimination of the wording for the agenda, is it correct that the council still wants the members of the public the ability to pull an item?
Mr. Whitaker?
Yeah, I was going to mention my preference certainly is to still allow the public, because I sense that there would always be a council member willing or interested in that same topic and would probably back that request. So it almost creates an extra step in there that I'm not sure it serves any useful purpose. The second thing is this practice, or at least what we seem to be trying to defend, is the ability to agendize items very late and without really much public awareness of those items. And my problem with that practice is we normally have an orderliness to the way that we go about city business. And often members of the public and or council members pay attention at the back of the agenda all the time for upcoming items that may be discussed at future council meetings. Now, I understand there might be something that by its nature isn't predictable, but most of the time there isn't a need for this wild card, these ad hoc agendizing of an item on a semi-emergency basis right down the wire. And I think it would serve us all well as a council if we actually stuck more to the traditional way of doing this rather than having it be a free-for-all.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I would be in support of the way the city manager was saying, taking out that and keeping the deadline. It's fine, but keeping out the whole memo issue. And then as far as the consent calendar, I would agree with Councilmember Whitaker on this one, and that this is just creating a redundancy, and I would like to see it remain where the members of the public can just pull an item.
Thank you.
You, I'm sorry, okay with putting consent at the beginning of the agenda and the pulled items at the end?
Yes. Yeah, that's fine, but yeah, putting it up, and then, but I would still like to have the council put just as a procedural way. We're the only ones that can set the agenda, and I'd like to keep that, keeping in mind that we're not going to deny anyone a consent item. And like I said, Mr. City Manager, if you're fine with removing those two lines, that's fine. And
then what about taking a vote at 10 o'clock as to whether or not to keep going?
I would say let's just keep it as is right now, and we can always take that vote, and if it comes to that point, and it's 10 o'clock, 10:30, one of the council members can make a motion, and we can get a second and a third, and we move forward. But so I would say let's just keep that as is right now, and we still have that option. Right, so then.
Yes. So, Mr. Mayor, in item 16 regarding the consent calendar, we will put back into it, act upon the consent calendar items by one motion unless any council member, individual or organization requests that the city council pull one or more items from the consent calendar for further discussion. And then there's one other area that we will eliminate that talks about under 14C, it talks about any individual city council member may grant the speaker's request to pull an item from the consent calendar. We'll eliminate that so that the current ability of the public to pull a consent item remains as is. Basically, we're going to, so that you can pass the resolution tonight, we'll eliminate any of the wording that changes the way the consent calendar can be pulled by a member of the public. So we'll put it back to how it is right now. So that last part was section 14C, to eliminate the last sentence. Any individual city council member may grant the speaker's request to pull an item from the consent calendar. So we're restoring the language as is. In item 10, basically, we're where it says when the mayor or any two members, that's going to be deleted, and it's going to be deleted up to the point where it says, due to production timelines and posting requirements, the city clerk will include items received outside of regular meetings, or after, will include items received outside of regular meetings afternoon on the Wednesday prior to the meeting on the agenda. I think that's my eyesight. It's after 10 o'clock. My eyesight's going a little bit more. So, let me read that again. Due to production timelines and posting requirements, the city clerk will not include items received afternoon outside of the regular meeting on the Wednesday prior to the meeting on the agenda.
Perfect.
So again, that sets the hard deadline for Wednesday at noon prior to the posting of the agenda.
Okay. Okay. And so, from what I understand, then, so there's not the will of the council to redo the consent item, right? To have a council member pull it versus.
Yeah, I probably should say something, because some of my cities do have this rule that requires the council to approve it, and it's typically because they've had members of the audience literally pull the entire consent calendar meeting after meeting after meeting as a means by which they could get up and speak,
right.
Though their comments were not necessarily particularly significant to the item. They simply wanted to have the time for that discussion, and so that's how some of my cities have actually gone to this process, having the council approve it, simply because they had literally somebody standing up and saying, "I'll take the entire consent calendar every week," and pulling it off so they had a chance to speak.
And I do remember at one point we had the consent items up front, and that was happening, and we moved it towards the end to try to alleviate that, because that was happening.
It's a policy decision.
Ago.
I just realize there's sometimes when you lose control of your own calendar because you've got people in the audience for other reasons are pulling the entire consent calendar,
right.
Most of it.
Okay. Well, all right then. So there's no will for that. So we'll proceed with our correction or adjustments, game time adjustments here, and we'll move forward.
Is that a motion, Mr. Mayor?
Or is it coming back?
Mr. City Attorney, we have enough direction from council to approve the
My
resolution.
suggestion is if you act this evening, we'll take this, put them into writing, we'll distribute them to you. You're approving it, but for some reason it does not reflect your understanding, and then we'll bring it back, if that's okay.
Mr. Whitaker?
I'm fine with that. I was going to request a copy of whatever we come up with. Yeah.
All right. So then I move the item as modified. What as
Staff has direction. I don't even think it requires a motion, does it? Or does it?
It's a resolution.
It does? Okay.
I move the item.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? All right. Very good. Number 5. And is that Ms. Lifekis or?
That'll be me,
you?
Mr.
All right.
Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is a consideration of a memorandum of understanding between the 13 cities of the North Service Planning Area regarding the Homeless Navigational Center establishment and operations. As we've discussed several times about resolving and tackling the homeless problem, the county is divided into 3 service planning areas. The north includes the 13 cities of the North Orange County area. And we have been tasked and we have been working together to address and to develop 2 new navigational shelters. Currently, there are locations in Buena Park and Placentia. This MOU is that working document between the 13 cities that sets forth the funding methodology and the cooperation that the 13 cities will carry forward in the planning and operation of those shelters. So, as discussed prior, there has been some state HEAP funding. Both the cities of Placentia and Buena Park went forward and applied for $12.1 million in state homeless emergency aid program money on behalf of the North Spa. That's going to go into the acquisition and the tenant improvements at those 2 sites. What is left over, and the county is contributing also. What is left over is funding that is broken down by shares that's identified in the MOU For Fullerton, our amount of that acquisition construction is approximately about $350,000. That would be funded in the future out of our allotment of SB2 funding, so we're not hitting any general funds. And then for the operation, again, the county is contributing a little over $1 million for both of those shelter operations, and then the rest of the cities are dividing it up. For the city of Fullerton, our share is in the $17,000 to $20,000 range. And again, that would be from our SB2 ongoing commitment. So this is an important step with the North Service Planning Area in getting those two navigational centers online. And the recommendation is to approve entering into the MOU, authorize the city manager to execute a city attorney approved to form memorandum of understanding to include any non-substantial amendments, and approve the city's cost-sharing percentages for acquisition and construction of 25.92% and annual operations of 30.97% from non-general fund sources.
Why the difference in percentages between the acquisition cost and the operational costs?
The acquisition and construction costs, the differences are because of the methodology that we use, which is current shelter beds in a city, homeless population, and then, quite frankly, the size of the city. So there's a methodology that was put into place. And then, so yeah, there's two different formulas that were there. What we did is, in consideration of the two host cities, they got a little bit of a benefit from hosting it. So that's where we're all building it, but then when it comes to operating it, those cities got a benefit from hosting the shelter there because of some of the things, the public works, the additional police, and basically the process that they're going through on the community side, which has been extensive for both cities.
Okay, I did notice what I think might be a typo. In the MOU itself on page 4, go to 3.3C. This is continuing enforceability if the host city's notice of termination shall indicate whether the host city is entirely terminating its participation in this agreement or whether it will remain a city party. If the first, the terminating host city shall be subject to section 3.2.b, because that is the liquidated damages clause.
Okay, instead of 3.2C?
Yeah, because
Okay.
C is nothing. But you're obviously going to ding the host city with the termination fee.
Okay.
Otherwise, I can support it, and I move the recommendation. Or is this a resolution?
You would be moving the recommended actions.
Okay.
All right, so we'll motion in a second. Public comments? Mr. Gamble, specific to the item, please. It's
Yes, sir. Please. Yes, sir.
Maybe you could say I like it or I don't like it.
Won't happen. No. Can I speak now?
Yes.
Mayor, City Council. 3 minutes, okay. Hey, I like this. The memorandum of understanding. I like it. It's good. Everything about this is good. You guys have been doing a good job. I'm kind of hard on you, but you've been doing a good job. Very good job. One thing about this, us all working together, all the cities working together, I want to see. Let me just pass this. I want to see you follow the city municipal codes because.
Can we stick to this item, the memorandum of understanding?
Yes, the memorandum of understanding has 13 cities on there, and it's very important that they stay with the city code as far as shelters and how we process this whole thing to understand the codes. Can I finish up? With the memorandum of understanding, I'll keep saying that, we need all cities, the 13 cities, as a matter of fact, the 34 cities, to divide the money that is received while we are doing this in the first place. And also, when we do this understanding, Like, for example, we got the 12 cities. We don't have a shelter here. We need to stop talking so much and do. You talk about how great a job that you do, and I don't see the shelter here. I see the homeless people still on the street. So all this memorandum of understanding, all of this, why are we doing this? If we, Fullerton, are in charge of even the $12 million for the 13 cities under this memorandum, why are we still not within a shelter? Why we can't pick Hunt Library and make that a shelter? Why? Everybody else is making sacrifices. So when you come here and we agree on this tonight, the memorandum of understanding, when we agree upon this tonight, we walk out these doors and there's homeless people out there and we still talking about it. Don't steal this money from them. With this memorandum of understanding, let's get it done in 30 days like other cities are getting the emergency shelters done. But otherwise, I think this memorandum of understanding is really a great thing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments? None. We'll bring it back. Any comments from council? All right. There's been a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right. It passes. Number 6. Mr. O'Kelly, we're going to fly through this, correct?
Yes, Mayor Silva.
All right.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Silva, members of the council. For the record, my name is Michael O'Kelly. I'm the Administrative Services Director with the City of Fullerton. What I present to you today is a request for approval of a statement of financial policies. What these financial policies are attempting to do is provide an overarching council-approved framework that can be used for fiscal decision-making. As we go through some of these, I'll just briefly hit on bullet points. These are financial tenets that I've heard from the council in the time that I've been here through last year's budget adoption process, and even through the questions that are asked through some of the council items that were before you today. These are attempting to meet basic best practice as established by the Government Finance Officer Association. So you'll see many cities have very similar financial policies. These we've gone through and tailored them specifically to the City of Fullerton, though. Again, the ultimate goal with these is to continue to maintain and improve upon the city's financial condition. These policies, if approved, will be reviewed and revised at least annually as part of the budget process or as needed as items come up. Policy areas, you probably have time to look at some of this. I'll go through these in a little more detail. Long-range financial planning, these are some of the items that fall into that category. In the interest of time, please stop me if you have any questions or you need clarifications on any of these items. Some of them might be obvious, but they're not stated anywhere, and the council mentions these items. So the third bullet point, organizational efficiencies and enhanced revenue should be sought. That's probably common sense. It's not written down anywhere. It's now would be written down in a policy. We can reference that as council items are brought before the council and make sure we're incorporating those things. Operating budget, general policy, the city generally had a biannual budget. During times of financial uncertainty with pension cost increases and things of that nature, annual budgets would be presented as recommended by the council and city manager. There's quarterly budget, financial actual reporting, revenues, just general statement over. You'll see a few times one-time revenue should not be used for ongoing expenditures. Current year expenditures should be paid by current year revenues. So you're trying to match your revenues and your expenditures and not play financial games and shell games, if you will, and avoiding strategies that just defer current expenditures. Capital improvements, we maintain a 5-year CIP. We actively pursue outside funding for CIPs, consider priorities and future operating maintenance costs. So when the CIPs develop, future operating costs are considered as they should be. CIP projects are approved by the council. Budget transfers within a CIP project are approved by the city manager. Fund balances. In the general fund, we're stating that a minimum financial general fund assigned fund balance of at least 10%. That's what the council has adopted several years back. We talked about striving for 17%. So the attempt is to get to that point. That's your recommended balance for a city of this size. If the assigned fund balance falls below 10%, measures will be brought before the council to implement and restore it in the following fiscal year. Striving for additional fund balance beyond the 10 to 17% could potentially be set aside for OPEB liabilities and pension liabilities. We're currently at about 12% projected for the end of this fiscal year, so we're above the 10 and significantly below the 17. Internal service funds, we currently maintain the liability and workers' comp funds at 70% confidence level. We're making that as a statement. Maintaining fund balance for proper maintenance, replacement costs of equipments, and things of that nature. Enterprise funds provide revenues for direct, indirect capital costs and reserves. An example of that would be with the water fund, where you're seeing those specific items attempted to be covered with fee increases. And the statement would be to try to avoid a general fund subsidy. User fees and charges, this tags on to that last item. Annually, the fees are brought before the council as part of the budget process, and also fees are brought to the council as needed, as you heard earlier today with the ADU fees. Try to avoid general subsidies where direct services to users can be measured, but obviously, City Council may determine there's a public benefit to subsidize services with general fund tax revenue. And there will always be a public review when user fees and charges are being reviewed. Grants management, I'll just hit a couple of these items here. These are presented to the council for approval. It's important to look at a grant and make sure that there aren't additional costs going forward that you're not really willing to incur by accepting a grant in the early stages. Seeking full cost reimbursement. Cash management, we've got an investment policy. This just states we're going to follow that policy. It's reviewed annually by the staff, our consultant, our investment advisory committee, their quarterly meetings. And always, just as a reminder, you've got $100 million that's invested at any given time, the city of Fullerton does. And the focus by law is safety, liquidity, and yield in that order. So we want to make sure we have a dollar. If we put a dollar in, we want to make sure we can get the dollar. That's the liquidity. And after those are satisfied, if we can earn 2.5% or so reasonable market rate, that's the yield part of it, and that's what we do. Debt issuance, this is just, again, a lot of common statements here. New debt and refinancing would be analyzed for compatibility with overall financial planning. Debt shouldn't exceed the useful life of an infrastructure improvement, so you don't want to issue a 30-year bond for a piece of equipment or some infrastructure that only lasts 15 years. Maintaining at least a AA negative credit rating. There's an outstanding judgment obligation bond that the city has that was a AA negative rating. Standard & Poor's took a look at it about 2 months ago, and we actually got an upgrade to a AA with a good outlook. These policies will help in that endeavor going forward, having these policies established. Looking at lease financing when it makes sense. Procurement, just a reminder that we'll conduct procurement in accordance with all the city, state, federal procurement requirements. We have detailed procurement procedures. Public works contracts are conducted under the Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act. That's included in the municipal code. We use an open competitive environment generally to obtain goods and services using quotes and bids. This is the only dollar amount in the whole presentation. So council approval required for contracts over $100,000. City manager has authority for $100,000 or less, and he may delegate a portion of that down. So that doesn't mean that items don't come to you for budgetary approval, but if something's been approved by the council through the budget, the city manager has the authority going through the procurement policy to sign the contract if it's $100,000 or less. The statement of financial policies will be reviewed, revised, and brought to the council, as I mentioned earlier, annually. It should be used as guidance for revision to existing policies and procedures that are down at a staff level. That will be included in the annual budget document. And with that, I'd ask for approval of these statements, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Whitaker?
In my opinion, this is very fine work, and I'd like to see at some point your items not be relegated to the rear of the agenda all the time. But no, very, very good work. Appreciate it.
Councilmember.
Thank you. All right. Should go to public comment, or you?
I have just a couple of questions. The great work, definitely. The couple of items here. What is currently the confidence level for the liability and workers' comp fund? Is this the current one? Are we updating it to 70%, or is?
Gretchen, we're at 70% currently, correct?
We are close to that margin, council members are, on both funds. We have a workers' compensation fund and a liability fund. I think we're a little over on the workers' comp and a little under on the liability, but we're always striving to get to that number a little greater than.
Okay, and then the other last question is the $100,000 approval for council or manager. What is it currently?
Currently, it's $125,000. So the municipal code describes that the director of finance and the procurement manager will develop an amount which puts staff in an awkward place that we would be specifying an amount for our boss. And so this statement here was to reduce it down to $100,000 in discussion with Ken, and then also in looking at other cities locally. You see anywhere range from $25,000 up to $250,000. The city's been operating under $125,000 for at least the last 3 years.
Yeah, and currently, Mayor, members of council, that is under administrative policy that sets it at $125,000, but that did not go to the city council. So I wanted to make sure that there isn't there's a limit that's approved by the city council. So,
and if I may make one suggestion, if I may, in the future, if we can see what we have currently versus what has been updated. That way it gives us an idea annually on what we're actually achieving, what we're accomplishing, and how to improve on that.
Sure, Councilmember. And you mean as far as these being a quasi-goals or objectives, a measurement of where have we achieved some of these statements that we've made?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sure. Yes, Councilmember.
If I can clarify, were you asking for a red line of this? This is the first that this is being. There is nothing currently.
Oh, okay. So this is the first.
Yeah, this is.
Okay, so in the future, then
when we do update it, there will be a red line of the changes and all that stuff. But this is a first, and we wanted to make sure we get this as a foundation. We will bring further, more specified policies, but again, it'll be adding on to this for financial issues.
Right. You don't really want to use red where financial policies.
Correct. Yeah, we will blue line this.
Blue line this.
All right. Very good.
I'd like to hear public comments.
We'll open up the public comments. All right. No one's running to the podium. We'll bring you back.
All right.
I would move approval, Mr. Mayor.
May I just add one more thing, if possible? When we talk about revenue, would it be possible to add benchmarks for our growth or some sort of goal for growing our local economy, whether it's improving our sales tax revenue through business development? Would that be something that would be appropriate to include in this?
I don't know if it'd be appropriate because it's not how we operate. We would be, those are goals set forward maybe through the strategic financial plan to, if we're going to undertake a program and having goals for that program and, measuring that. But as far as the financial policies, I don't think it's something most of these are your GFOA, your Government Finance Officer Association recommended. And so they didn't have anything like that in there, and I don't think it's a standard practice to set that we're always going to achieve a 2.5% increase in sales tax or a 3.5% increase in property tax. We would hope that those are minimums, but I don't think it's suitable for a policy like this.
All right, thank you. Well, in that case, I'd like to second Mr. Whitaker's motion.
Under further discussion, my question is, when are we going to actually start dealing with the budget?
Well, I'm spending probably 8 hours to 12 hours daily on the budget. We've got a strategic planning session scheduled for April 23rd, so we'll have some rough numbers with a focus on the general fund at that time. And then we'll have a budget study session in the early part of May. So we'll have substantive numbers for the April 23rd strategic planning session prior to that. So the focus right now is on general fund.
So you're planning on us having one strategic planning session, one study session, and then approve a budget?
No. There'll
Okay.
be more. Right now, staff is doing the budget at staff level. So what we've asked them to do is go down to a zero-based budget and basically build up their budgets based on what is actual need. And so that's what they're doing. In the past couple months, there's been the internal service funds, there's the personnel and employee allocations, and all that funding's been being loaded into the budget document itself. So by the time we bring it forward, then we'll be talking to you at the one strategic planning session for any priorities, any goals going forward. There's I don't know how many sessions we'll have as far as study sessions or public comment sections, but our public hearing.
And I can even give you a preview now, Councilwoman, that I think will help. It really, this coming year is looking like what we thought it would look like last year, which is really tight. It'll be difficult to balance the general fund budget. That would be a status quo budget as it is now. That wouldn't include additional funding for roads, any homeless issues that I hear regularly here. And so I think it would probably be helpful for the council to start thinking about that from the perspective of there's obvious priority shifts and changes that may not line up with the current status quo budget and what we're funding. There's not any additional major revenues coming in, and our costs are being contained, to the extent we can through our labor negotiations and that. But that's probably a reasonable preview as to what you're going to see.
So you're asking all departments to start at zero, but it's ending up to be exactly the same as it was last year. That's what you just said?
It's coming out pretty close.
All right. So
again, real quick on that. The budget hasn't gone through the, I don't know what process we'd call it, but Mike and I have not sat down with the individual department heads to review their budgets yet. We're still not at that process. So,
all right. So there's been a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Consent item. Madam Clerk, did we have any pulls? None? All right.
Pull number 7 for the purpose of abstaining because I was not present for that council meeting.
Number 7.
It's the minutes.
Oh, the minutes. Oh,
From the
okay.
March
You just
5th
want to
meeting.
We don't
reflect.
need to necessarily pull the item. You can just register your abstention when we
On
vote.
that item, yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope.
So we'll move the balance, or we'll move the consent items. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
With the noted abstention.
With the noted abstention. All right. So it brings us to.
I think Bob Hayden should come up and make a statement just because he's waited here so long.
He's fine.
He's good. All right.
Before you get to the closing comments, I just wanted earlier, I had a little postscript on my comments to wish you a happy birthday in just a few days.
Well, thank you.
So I want to make sure and get that on the record before this meeting's over.
All right. Thank you. All right. So now we'll come to the end, and we will take a moment of silence for our the New Zealand individuals, members of the Muslim community who suffered that tragedy this past week, and also a moment of silence for Bobby Jerome Catlin. And please join me. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned. We'll see you in 2 weeks.